Hey. Sorry. Getting a setup rolling when you're working out of a hotel is a lot more fun than anyone ever really told me about. So, sorry I'm a little bit late, guys. I really do apologize. I was trying to get a setup that worked. I'm kind of like positioned in this weird corner of a room. So hopefully it looks okay. Hopefully you guys can see me. How you doing? Happy Friday. It is Friday. I am abroad, and by abroad I mean somewhere else in the country, not Northern Virginia. I am in Uvalde, Texas. I've really found it it's actually really cool down here. So, let me do this. What are you guys doing? How was your week? Where are you tuning in from? Have you been watching the Murdoch trial? I listened to a lot of that stuff on 2X today while I was driving because everywhere in Texas takes forever to drive to. It's something you learn. But you know what? I really did enjoy my time so far. I've had a great time. Mr. Runkle of the Bailey, Ian, should be joining us in short order. For those of you who are not aware, Ian was nominated. Ian, who has appeared on this channel, is a firearms lawyer from Canada. I am Rob from the channel Law and Lumber. I'm a Northern Virginia litigator. For those of you new to the channel, Ian was nominated for an award, Voice for the Second Amendment, for the Gundys. It's an award show in Texas. I was very proud of him. So I came down here to kind of be a little wingman throughout this little thing. And so we were up there at some place called like the Tank Farm. It was really cool. I wish I could show you guys a lot of photos from it. I'm probably going to post some of them. We're just going to have to see because I can't really show some of the things they were firing off today. I saw a tank shoot and I've never seen that before. I was standing like 25 feet away. And when I tell you the percussive force, like just hits your chest, it's like a shockwave. It was something wild. I couldn't believe it. So yeah, Ian and I hung out a bunch today, this afternoon. He's wrapping up there. They were doing some pit barbecue that I had to come back here to get live with you guys. And so, yeah. So thanks for being here, y'all. I really do appreciate it. Very awesome. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful week. And hopefully, we got some people tuning in from South Carolina. We've got people from Corpus Christi, Athens, Georgia. God bless Texas. Indeed. It was wonderful. Hi, Chad. Hi, Rob from Virginia. Privately owned tank. There were several of them. I took a video. I can't pull it off of that camera right now, but I will try to get it, and I'll try to upload it as a separate little just scroll through. But my word, was it something crazy. But really cool. The entire facility. Actually, I wonder if I can get that video off there. I'll try it when we get to one of these clips, because we have some trial stuff to talk about with Mr. Murdoch. Before we do that, I am discombobulated. So why don't we just roll the intro? Because it's Friday Night Frenzy. And, that's what we do because we remember to do these things. Just saying. So we're going to roll the intro. I'll be right back. See you guys on the flip side. All right. Thanks for sticking around, guys. I do appreciate it. I'm working with one monitor today, and it happens to be a very small laptop monitor. So if I'm not as proficient about pulling chats up or moving different screens around, that's why. I didn't want to just leave you guys hanging for a whole week, especially when we had some Murdoch cross-examination we wanted to go over, because today was... How y'all feeling about that case right now? Conflicted? Less conflicted? More conflicted? Confused? Kind of a little bit of everything. Let's make sure I'm getting caught up on these super chats, because if I don't, I've gotten remarks that I will pull them out of context, and I don't want to do that. So So I do try to get all of them. It's more difficult when I've got one screen on. So Sky's Neighborhood, thank you. We get pictures of Tank driving. I don't know. We'll see. We rode in the back of a Humvee today that was retrofitted. It was kind of cool. It was fun. Michelle, thank you very much. Hi, Rob. Great to be here tonight. Day 2 of a snowy day in Portland. Hi in Portland. Andy, I think this audience would appreciate the first minute of my newest video. Rob, not so much. Ha. Yeah, Andy the Game Maker, I didn't get to watch it because I was driving my car. And I can't watch videos while I'm driving my car. I can't admit to watching videos lawfully while driving my car. But yeah, Andy the Game Maker did a little video. I think they were reviewing something called like American, what was it? Atlantic Rim. There was a knockoff on Pacific Rim, the movie. So if you guys are free, go check that out. I'm sure it's hilarious. But thank you, Andy, for being here. Much appreciated. Barney Cat, thank you very much. Murdaugh, new arrest today. See Twitter DM, please. Huh. That is most curious. What are we talking about? We've got that. Colleton County. Dun, dun, dun. Additional hold. Arrest date 2/24. What is this news? Safety inmates. I'm not sure what this would be. I'll have to double check the reporting on that, but thank you for forwarding that. I'll take a look at that, Barney Cat, when I get to a little break. Okay. Mary Coppola. Oh, Ian's +1. Yeah, Ian has 2 +1s. He brought another friend from Toronto, Devin. Really nice guy. It's kind of intimidating because there's a lot of content creators here, and there's a lot of really big names. It's a big group of a really very diverse group of people. Some people that you probably will recognize from Instagram, TikTok, one of those things they're here. So it's a bunch of them. And then you have like Ian and I. And it's like, I don't know what I'm doing, but cool. Nice to meet all of you. You guys would look like you know what you're doing. I'm honestly just here to get to hang out with Ian, and because he's really excited about it. That's why I'm here. I think that's what makes it fun. Nikki, thank you. State sent jury to sleep. Last 8+ hours of cross over and over again on stuff he admitted. No bombshell, no proof beyond reasonable doubt for murder. Nikki, I can see how you can reach that conclusion. I thought the state made some good points today. They did thank somebody out there that they actually listened to. We're going to speculate that they listened to some of the commentary, because they finally got around to cross-examining on this timeline. And I thought that was probably the best part of their case today. The financial stuff, I don't know if it's landing home because it's so repetitive at this point, but it might be for some of these jurors. I don't know. But I did notice that they did change a little bit of their tactic today and go away from some of the finances a little bit. But thank you, Nikki, for that super chat. It is very much appreciated. Cat Yarb, thank you. Creighton beat the lying dead horse to death. He does that. I know he circled back towards the end of cross, and I was watching it, and I was trying to remember if I had already watched this part or I hadn't, because he asked the same question I think 3 times. Melissa McAfee, thank you very much. Welcome to Texas. Question: in South Carolina, does the defense get to call rebuttal witnesses? Did anything from today get you there? Enjoy y'all's time here in Texas. Love you both. Thank you for all you do. Well, Melissa, let me answer this question. It's not so much South Carolina. It's just how these processes work. The prosecution bears the ultimate burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They must convict the individual. The burden rests on them. Therefore, they get the last word. So the prosecution lays out their case in chief. The defense lays out their case in chief. And then the prosecution gets a rebuttal case where they can bring on any witnesses that they need to rebut the evidence that was presented in the defense's case in chief that was not presented in the prosecution's case in chief. So prosecution, defense, prosecution. There is no secondary or surrebuttal, generally speaking. It's very rare that you'll find a case where you'll see like a surrebuttal or like a secondary rebuttal case. I don't think we're getting there. So, yeah. Thank you, though. Thank you. That was a good question. Thank you, Melissa. Much appreciated. Okay. Make sure I'm getting caught up. Let's do this. While I get caught up here, let me go back to, let me pull up the feed from today. And there was one point in particular I kind of wanted to start with. And it was one that caught me off guard. And I'm going to use this while I want to find, because this was laid out as a separate, this was actually clipped, and I can pull this up as a separate clip. Joe, I don't know. People hating on Creighton Waters so much, too much, and unfairly. I don't know. I've been critical of him. I've been critical of Poot. I thought he did great yesterday. And today, I thought that he made some good points. I just think that when he gets theatrical and starts to repeat himself quite a bit, it can be kind of difficult. Did you design the thumbnail? Love it. No, I have someone that helps me with the Friday Night Frenzy thumbnails because I like to kind of let people be creative. And there's a guy that his name's Rodney. He does thumbnails he just loves getting those designs done. So it's really cool to see what he comes up with. So I do those for the Fridays, but the other ones I do myself. So Trufflehound, thank you. Glad to see you back, my friend. The shock wave from the tank artillery is intense. I spontaneously vomited the first time I experienced it. It was unlike something I have. And then immediately after the tank, they had an RPG, which the shock wave from being in anywhere near proximity to that was wild in and of itself. But did you get to Brandon Herrera, Mr. AK? No, I don't think so, Ryan Man YYC. Do I need to write that down? I think I need to write that down. Notepad. We're going to do notes this way, the old-fashioned way today. And I've got my monitor down here and camera up here, so I got to remember to look all these different places. I'm probably just, the chat might just be trolling me. I don't know. I can look it up when I have a moment. So, yeah, it was pretty wild. Nightbot question mark. I didn't get to edit Nightbot. Nightbot should be there. Thank you, Secret McSquirrel. If Nightbot's not there, then I can double check that. Let me know. Secret, just send me a DM if Nightbot's not showing up. I do see Nightbot in there, but I know that he might not have been edited for some of the emoji stuff. So let's see. Make sure I get these caught. Nicole Christine, but the real question is, have you been reunited with your tie? Nope. The tie has not yet been seen. The tie has not yet been seen. I'm very frustrated by that fact. I'll get it tomorrow, though. So I will steal it back. And I brought a new tie that I can, replace it with. It's a tie that spells out the entire Constitution on it. It's kind of neat. I am Cash. Thank you very much. Hey, Rob, I think today was a good day for the state if you believe the timeline. Yes, I thought so too. If the state's timeline leaves you without any reasonable doubt, basically, if you have that timeline locked in your head, if that last phone lock is proof beyond a reasonable doubt to you that is the time of death, I thought the state did a great job today on Cross because they really did hammer him in on that timeline. In that caveat there is if you believe their timeline. One thing for me that holds me back is I still haven't seen proof to make me feel that the murders didn't happen when he was at Alameda. I think that's a fair conclusion as well, because really they keep hammering home on this. That was when this phone locked forever, and I can see any number of reasonable alternatives to that being that last minute or that last moment. So it really depends on where the jury is on that timeline. But this is a really great point. Thank you. I am Cash. Sent you a clip too on Twitter. Thank you, Caprice. I'll take a look. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. I will try to pull that separately. Give me one moment and I'll see if I can pull that up, but we might be going through that period. But thank you, Caprice, for paying attention to that. This girl says, hello from Australia and the future. It's Saturday lunchtime and Saturday lunch frenzy. Saturday lunch frenzy is just fine. Thank you. This girl says, Olivia, thank you very much. Hello from Metro Detroit. I caught 1/2 hour of trial on my lunch and wanted to throw my phone across the office. I can't wait to hear your take while I sip ginger ale and settle my tummy. Thank you, Olivia. With that, I'm going to hide this one. I'm going to pull other ones and star them, but I do want to get to some of this video. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and pull the stream up and try to manage this with a single screen instead of two screens, which is fun-ish. We're going to do, I don't like the multiple angle, but we're going to do it. So let's see. So let's do this. Doubling down on innocent. There was that one. Admission of hurting. There was this part here. Bum. So grab that screen, grab this tab, grab that tab. Gonna do this. Sorry, bear with me, guys. I'm trying here. It can be somewhat difficult while we're managing these things. So I want to make sure that I'm showing you guys the right part here. Share the screen, share the tab. This is the tab I wish to share. Hopefully you can see that. I think you can. Ignore my notifications. We're just going to ignore the notifications. Can I even hide that bar? I don't even know if I can hide that bar. Either way, ignore notifications. But let's do this. Here we go. So clip number 1. Creighton Waters comes in swinging on this particular clip. And I want to know what you guys think about this one, because this caught me completely off guard. The comment, and I don't know how appropriate it was. So let's see.
Times in the past.
Mr. Murdoch, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdoch under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie.
Right there. Tell me that didn't catch anyone else off guard. Are you a family annihilator? I mean, those are some pretty weighty words. And then if you're going to make that statement, coming back, you better, like, if you do that whole, you say that, but I can see someone saying, you say that, but you hit her, or you got accused of doing this, or you did this, or you did this. And that wasn't what was said. It was, but you lied to her. And that one threw me off. And then I thought that he was going to try and double back on that one and try to get moving in a different direction, or try to pick up steam and pace from there. But he really did kind of hammer in on this one particular point. So let's continue on to see what he goes further in saying.
Maggie.
You lied to Paul?
Sometimes.
You lied to your father?
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
I want to bring you back to what that question started with. And it was, are you a family annihilator? Not are you a liar, not are you a crook, not are you a fraud, not are you a thief, not are you anything else, not are you guilty. Are you a family annihilator? And then the next thing you hear is, but you say that, but did you lie? Did you lie? Did you lie? Did you lie? I am just telling you from my perspective, when he made that comment, first of all, when he made the comment of, when the question was, are you a family annihilator? That immediately caught my attention. And then I was waiting for the next one, but you say that, but, and I was waiting for him to get beyond the lies. This is a problem I'm having a little bit with this one. So that was during Creighton's cross-examination, and that was kind of pulled out because I had to listen to it. So we're going to listen a little bit more, and I'm going to pull up the next clip that I have while I'm playing this one so that I've got it queued, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay? So we're going to watch this one a little bit more.
Did you lie to your other friend Barrett Bulware when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie. Like I told you, I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about him. I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to them about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Argumentative and
sure it is.
Proper question.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
So, hang on. Where is this? Where's this tab? Come on, Rob. Don't screw this up.
I don't know.
One of the most infuriating things about watching today's cross-examination was every remark that I made kind of about, look, Creighton did a great job in cross yesterday. I thought he did a great job. I know people had other opinions. People said that Alex came out of that ahead. I thought that Creighton did a good job. He got a little in the weeds and got off a sidetracked on a lot of this stuff, but I thought he had been a marked improvement from where he had begun this trial. And that changed today. Yesterday, the questions were very much singular questions in a nice pace with a good cadence, good speed, good remarks. Get the answer, move on, leave the empty space, let him fill the gap, right? That was yesterday. Today was multiple compound questions. Now, what's a compound question? Why are they objectionable? Compound question is essentially where you ask a series of questions, just like I did right there. What's a compound question? Why are they objectionable? Those are two questions. Which one of those would you like me to answer? And when you ask a question or you ask a witness a question that has multiple qualifiers or remarks within that question, it's objectionable because it's compound, because when the witness gives the answer, you don't really know what answer is being given. For example, isn't it true that you were down by the kennels on that night wearing a green sweater with this, and isn't that why you did it? If the answer is yes, is he answering yes to every single remark that you made in that question? Or if the question is even more complicated, did you not go down to this place? And then because you did that, didn't you actually do this? Now you've done a negative with positive, and now the witness has no idea how to answer the question. So Creighton Waters did that quite a bit today. That was one of the frustrating things that I found about today. Then the other thing that would happen today was the excess comments. These excessive comments, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to get to Jim Griffin in a minute. I will. I promise you guys. I have remarks about him too. The excess comments that are just being made everywhere. You know, you're not allowed to give commentary. I told you guys earlier this week, if I had done any of this crap, I'm getting sanctioned. I don't know why it flies here. I failed to understand how the objection is not being made. Maybe they're trying to make Creighton Waters out to be a bully, but he's getting effective cross here. The reason why I want to say that is because we've got the financial stuff, right? Now let's do this. Let's go ahead and we're going to stop sharing this one and we're going to go to this one, because this one, if I can get the link up. So let's do this. Now we're going to talk about Squirrel. She is traveling. At least I thought she was. So jumping subjects, and actually this is where I think he was more effective, where Creighton was more effective. It was this. If this case has remarkable, well, rather, if you're going to believe the prosecution's version of events, this is where you're going to believe it. And this is where Alex kind of gets himself in trouble. And it's with this testimony here.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. That's not.
We've talked about this.
At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happens?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay, but you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Here's another thing that Alex Murdaugh does that is quite candidly infuriating. And I think that jury members get frustrated with this. I know judges do. Every time a question is asked of Mr. Murdaugh that is one where he is either trying to qualify his answer or he's nervous about the answer he's about to give, he repeats the question. And he repeats it in a very confused manner. Did I say that I did that? Did I say that I... And it's okay to do it once or twice, but he does it every single time. And I worry, well, I don't worry. I mean, I don't really care one way or the other. He might be alienating the jury by doing this kind of stuff, where stop playing cute with some of these. Now, there's some of them where he's justified in doing it, where Creighton is asking these compound questions, but he does it a lot, even with simple ones, like this question right here. You know, didn't you make a statement that you had touched Maggie and Paul before you called 911? Didn't you tell the operator that you had touched them at that point in time? And he asked the question several times, and he says, I don't think. Well, he was also in court listening to the 911 call. He heard it. He heard what he said. And he's playing this little caveat here. And we talked about this, I think, last night about the belt loop and how he fills the voids in these things. It seems like a silly lie to tell. And the problem is that if the jury believes that you're willing to say any lie, then they might just discredit all of your testimony and all of your statements. So then they go through the call. And Creighton does a pretty decent job across on this, so we're going to watch a little bit more of it, okay?
Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911.
That's the thing. There wasn't a question pending. He just fills the void because he sees him looking at his notepad.
Because I can pretty well remember vividly when I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
But was he?
Looking at this data,
Courtney, I don't think this is true. I'm not looking for the lie all the time.
to show
I'm
the vehicle
looking for
parking
a truthful
at
statement, and there was some that he made
10:05
that very
and
truthful.
55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
10:05:57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Waters.
At 10:05:57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06:14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain that then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor this point, but what you're saying here today,
Creighton,
now that we have this
you
data,
want to
that's
belabor
not
every
exactly
point.
how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
Why?
Sure.
I agree. I think that you're right here. Well, that's just Samantha. And it's the addict part. We're going to get to that too. I think it was very curious. I actually want to find that timestamp. Where was that one? Come on, get the video. I know that you're there. Give me 1 second first. So what Creighton does?
I ran out.
Good.
I knew it was really
word.
bad. My boy.
Why is the volume so different?
It was. and I could see his brain on and I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away. And she was very good.
So here's the qualification or the clarification he's trying to make, is that he's saying essentially, when he says all these things that he did, and then he says, I called 911 pretty much right away. The way that I logically interpret this statement is that he says he's doing all of these things and he calls 911 right away. The right away immediately follows the story of what he came upon and what he discovered, and he calls 911 right away after that. But then he goes and tries to clarify it through his testimony that he was doing this while on the phone with the 911 operator, because he called 911 right away when he got there, and that he's answering a question about what he discovered. Kind of the 911 call was kind of a separate thing. They kind of happened simultaneously. Do I think that there is a world where that could occur? Yeah. I think it could. I'm not sure that I believe this part of his testimony, because he fights back on this really difficult, because now at this point in time, you have the OnStar data, and the OnStar data says car stopped, 911 call 17 seconds later. Is it reasonable that he would have gone up there, spotted the bodies, called 911? I've given you guys my thoughts on this. I don't know that he touched the bodies at all. And I think that explanation would have been less harmful than trying to dance this dance. People are going to ask me, though, does this convince me that he did this? I still don't know. And I'll explain why. Because I think the state also made a big mistake today. I think the state might have introduced their own little bit of reasonable doubt. Because, and let me find the actual quote or the comments, because at some point in time during the testimony, Alex Murdaugh is asked about when he's at a game. And he says that he is sorry, here it is. Okay, so we're going to go through this a little bit here. And it's a couple minutes long, so I'm going to put it up at 1.5 speed, because it's not very hard to understand Alex at 1.5 speed. I apologize if you guys disagree with me, but I need to be able to get this clip essentially in. The prosecution's case rested on what they told the jury. Here's what they told the jury: that there was a storm coming, and the finances were being discovered, and the finances being discovered is what resulted in Alex Murdaugh realizing that he was at the end of his train of misdeeds, and he was going to be found out. And in so discovering these financial issues, because we've got financial crimes, that all of these things were leading up to it, and they are the motivation for the murders. And the jury has been told this in the opening statement, and then they were reinforced every time Creighton Waters wanted to go into the finances. They were reinforced with this position, because the judge read an admonishment every single time saying, you're allowed to hear this over the objection of the defense because it is going to motive. You're not to consider it as far as anything else. The judge says motive, and then you hear finances. In all of that evidence, did you ever hear anything about drugs? No, except towards the very end. And then Alex comes in and his response or in his remarks, and he makes that first thing right off the bat. It was something that we could have foreseen, that he was going to go down the drug route and say, I'm an addict, therefore addict. And, I was paranoid, right? We couldn't see that coming. It was possible based on his pill consumption. And my word, the number of opiates he was testifying to consuming per day today, I think it was 60, like 5 milligram pills of oxycodone. It's like a horse tranquilizer. But, you do build a tolerance to this stuff, I guess, and I'm not going to judge that. But the state was leaning in hard on the financial crimes as the motive. Well, then he goes up and he testifies that he's got this addiction. The addiction leads to this. And then Creighton Waters brings up a funny thing that was interesting, kind of suggests that Paul discovered the drugs. And you get a back and forth between the two of them. But I think it's important that we kind of walk through it, because I think the state might have made their case now more complicated to prove. And you guys, let's do this. I'm going to take a quick pause before I get to this clip and pull up super chats, because if I don't, I'm going to be in trouble because I keep trying to star them. If I had a second screen or because I'm traveling, I don't have any assistance on the back end, just because that's life. And there's 5,000 of you here. Speaking of the 5,000 of you that are here, if you guys are new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. We're working our way. We're almost at 200,000 subscribers. It would be great to be able to get there. I never thought that I would even have a YouTube channel. And now with the 1-year anniversary on the horizon of the channel, it'd be really cool to celebrate that, having hit that mark of 200,000 subscribers. And for those of you who are watching, if you have not done so yet, please hit like the video. It does help feed the algorithm, help feed the stream. This content, I think, has been fun and informative, and I'm glad to see that there are several creators on YouTube doing this, because you're getting breakdowns of these cases. I was on a plane today and was explaining I was explaining a little bit about the case, and just it's not as easy as you think about. Then again, in the airport, someone was watching it and someone was making a comment about it, and I was just listening in. People are confused about this case, and mainstream or masthead media is just now starting to run headlines on it or running the testimony. Well, if you guys have been watching this thing at all, we're at day, what is it, 25? 24? Day 24? No, 25. Day 25 of one of the craziest trials to ever try and follow. So if you're just now tuning in, you have a little bit of homework to do. So yeah, let's see. Catching up on this. Thank you, Mary Baker, Hell from South Carolina. This week felt like a month drinking Jack Apple with ginger ale. Hope y'all are doing well. Thank you, Mary. Diana B, feel hung or not guilty. That's possible. Haley from Maryland, you left the DMV and became freezing cold, warming up with wine. Same. Thank you, Haley. T-Mac, thank you. Was homesick watching and went back over all 23 days of testimony. I'm firmly in the he's guilty camp. Interesting. If Waters doesn't pull his head out of his butt, there will be a hung jury or acquittal. Interesting, T-Mac. That's a very interesting perspective. Thank you for sharing that. I wonder if the jury is sitting there with that much note. That tells you that closing arguments better be good. Better be able to recap all that stuff. Evelyn, thank you very much. She's a narcissist. I am inclined to agree. Whiskey 77, 6 years tanker. You never forget the first time. Whiskey 77, thank you. It was kind of wild. Gotcha, the Frankenfurter, thank you. My favorite moment of today was when Stomp his foot on the ground to keep Alex Murdaugh from explaining more and more and more. His face from there until the end of the cross was hilarious. Hope you enjoy your time. We'll get to that. The end of the day for his recross was interesting. Steph J had to have heard something. Why lie if not involved? It's possible, but it's not a matter of him hearing it. It's a matter of the state proving he had his hand on the trigger. And there's more evidence than just him hearing it or seeing it or knowing about it. Sarah Bellum, thank you. Thank God it's Friday. Robin Runkle can't beat this duo. Speaking of Ian, where is that man? But he drives like a, don't tell him this. He drives so slow. He's so slow. And I don't want any more, don't remark in the chat about my driving habits. I respected the speed limit today. So, but he should be here. Do you do custom woodwork? I have not had the time to do a lot of custom woodwork. Interesting, something for my 5-month-old boy. Congrats to Runkle. I will say that you can find, look on Facebook Marketplace, look for a woodworking guild in your region. You'll very likely find a group of people that do that stuff and do custom work as well. Rua, thank you very much. Murdoch had badge, gun code, lights in his car. Sure would help with speeding tickets. Just saying. I mean, are we talking about my speeding tickets or his? Yeah, he was pretty clear that he used that to get out of speeding tickets. Suzanne, are there other suspects in the case? That is what's confusing me. Nope, just him. And whether that's a result of the investigation, whether it's a result of the fact he did it, I don't know, but it's just him right now. And I think it's pretty clear that it really did kind of narrow down to him pretty quick. Michelle Maynard, thank you very much. The traveling tie story. It is a traveling tie. Michelle, thank you. I definitely feel AM is guilty, but I feel like CW dropped the ball. He had AM at one point and then bombed. No beyond reasonable doubt yet. If you're talking about the part where I think you're talking about in his cross-examination towards the end of the day, where he, you know what? I'm going to try and find that timestamp because Alex Murdaugh's testimony during that period was really interesting to me. Sasha NYC, thank you. One of the biggest open issues for me is how did Maggie's phone get out down the road if Alex's phone was moving separately? I don't know. It was taking steps after that period of time. So I'm not sure. I'm closing argument is going to try and bring this home. Stephanie, thank you. I don't know what to think anymore. Kind of same in my boat. Krista, thank you. Excuse me. -26 today in North Dakota. Wow. Happy to be inside with Friday Night Frenzy. Wow, that is cold. I'm glad you're here too. Megan, thank you. Does the jury need to believe Alex alone was responsible? No, AG is an alleged conspiracy, but I don't think a belief he had help would preclude conviction. The jury, in order to convict on these charges, the prosecution must prove beyond any reasonable doubt that Alex Murdaugh himself pulled the trigger on both firearms. That he pulled the trigger on both firearms and caused the death of Maggie and Paul. That he was himself the trigger man. That's what has to be proven. You cannot convict under these charges if he just knows about it, if he hires someone to do it, if he's there and conspires someone to do it, if he saw it and just walked away. These charges you cannot convict him on. So it's a very interesting question that I keep getting a lot of, and it's a good one. Ryan Man, why would I say I would need evidence of linkage between the weapons, victims, and shooter to get to guilty? I think that you might be onto something. Scotty Cat Mom, AM seemed tripped up on keeping the timeline straight. He did. I ended up with a new view. He knew it was going to happen. Golf carted down for one last look, then returned to the couch to ignore the truth. Scotty Cat Mom. That's pretty good. And I have been in this kind of understanding for a little bit, or at least this has been a reasonable alternative to him pulling the trigger for me in this particular case, based on all the evidence I've seen so far. So that's kind of what I've seen. Okay, so let's pull this up, get that down, and watch some of this examination.
Remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive. So I heard Miriam. I heard
your interviews.
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it. But I mean, Paul was always that way. But that what led him to be called a little detective. Certainly, there were times when Paul found pills.
including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after that.
You asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Paul is the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery. I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember, but I had a cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID, and so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office, and so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law, Marion, testify that Maggie called him, the little detective, about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No,
They did not.
no, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down again.
All right. They had been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
About my pill addiction, yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Mags found pills, Paul found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing, it was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And we had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk. And we'd agreed, I'd agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I'd been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with doctor's help. Detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you, I couldn't stay off of them. And so I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And and on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them so that she would not worry that I was.
Creighton confronts him on this one. I think it's an appropriate confrontation because he's kind of guessing here. He's saying, I think. And it kind of threw me. But the point I wanted to make was the other thing that Creighton goes into with this particular cross-examination is we then learn that Alex, in I think the week before this happened, and the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't remember the exact date. Again, I was listening to 2X. But leading up to this, Alex was having serious withdrawal symptoms. This was the incident where he was they were going to the game and the hotel was there and yada, yada. And he was in withdrawal. If you're going through a period of withdrawal, then re-upping, then withdrawing off the wagon, withdrawing off the wagon, withdrawing off the wagon. At least as far as his timeline and inability to remember certain things, I think that would make it more plausible that he would have difficulty remembering times than not plausible. Means that I wondered if this was the route that Creighton really wanted to go down in stating that he was in this take the drugs, off the drugs. That was the day before the murder. It was the day before the murder he was having withdrawal symptoms. You'd be, yeah, you would be. If he was in withdrawal that day, all of these questions about his behavior, if he was in withdrawal that day, all questions about behavior, the rapid steps that occur randomly, him not remembering where he was or how fast he was moving, or, him making random decisions to go down and then come back, and him making a random decision to wake up and then just go and visit his mom. That's more consistent with withdrawal symptoms than sketchy behavior. I thought that was, when he starts going down that question, I'm sitting there going, why are you asking this? Because he wants to introduce now the drugs as a possible alternative motive theory. But I think the drugs makes it easy for at least an attorney to argue that he just doesn't know. And here's how I do this, Joe. Why does he suddenly have perfect memories and it suits him? Totally disagree. Okay? If I'm the attorney, I say he makes that up. He doesn't have perfect memory. He still can't embrace the fact that he was going through withdrawal on that day. Still something you can't fully comprehend. He didn't know what he was doing. He wasn't in any particular state to be able to do any of this. It's something that can be argued, and it's not that you buy it. And, I mean, Joe, I've seen your position on this stuff. I know that you're not going to buy it. And also the whole like finding the drugs and confronting him with it. This is something that he testified to, that I believed this particular part of testimony, that he was on the drugs, off the drugs, on the drugs, off the drugs, that there was knowledge that it was taking place, but then not taking place. He was doing self-detox, then back on the drugs, that this was something that Maggie was aware of. And if that's the case, then the drugs themselves and being discovered doing the drugs, that is even less of a motive for me than the finances. And the finances right now are a nothing motive. Now, you do not need motive to prove it. You don't need motive to prove that someone committed a murder. But a lot of jurors are going to have the question burning in their mind, why would this person kill his own son, his own wife? They would have that question, and they would expect the prosecutor to prove it. But I thought this was a big misstep. And maybe I'm alone, and that's fine. I'm happy to be alone. It doesn't bother me, but I thought it was a big misstep. It threw me for a loop. Natalie, this is a good point. If he was in withdrawal the day before, then why do you have a pocket full of pills the night of? Because he went off the wagon. When withdrawal symptoms are big enough and strong enough and significant enough, and that's just what happens. Rob, your microphone sounds very dim. Let's try to do this. Let's go ahead and see if we can up it a little bit, huh? What about that? And if it's dim, then it might just be a little bit dim. So let's see if we can get this thing a little bit closer to my face. Is that better? Hopefully that's a little bit better. So it confused me. I didn't really understand it. Talks about hiding pills from the cops. He does. Fell off the wagon that next day after he had been in withdrawal symptoms. Again, I think that also plays to the lack of awareness and the lack of timing and the lack of all of this stuff, and why he's doing things erratically, or why he takes the golf cart down rather than walk down. If anything, here's what I'll tell you. If anything, for me, this part did not help this prosecution's case. If anything, it added a little bit of question in my mind. That's it. That's my point. That's the point I'm making. And if there's a juror like me, then they might do the same thing for them. So I don't know that that's getting me there. So anyways, that was that particular point with the drugs. Let me do this. Let's catch up on a couple of these different things here. I know you guys are largely going to disagree, or some of you guys are going to disagree, and that's completely fair. I have with this particular case, with this case in particular, I have no issue with anyone who has reached the conclusion that he is guilty or not guilty, because I think the facts in this case have come out in both directions. And honestly, I've taken a lot of heat from both sides because I like to argue both sides so that you get a fair presentation of all the facts and how they might be argued by an attorney that has those facts that they have to work with. And I say have to work with because that's kind of the job. I was looking over at Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian. I was looking over at him, and I saw the looks on their face. So did you. There were moments when it looked like they wanted to either hide under the desk or crawl away or do this other stuff, because I think that there was times when it was clear he was just filling voids with statements. Like, if my client's on the stand, the last thing I want them to do is, when the prosecutor is not asked the question, just stop. Just stop. You're not helping. way down yonder in the pawpaw patch is living rent-free in my mind. Is that a song? Oh no, sneeze. Hang on. Excuse me, guys. 1 second. That was my effort not to blow your eardrums out. And I'm glad I caught it in that moment. What is it with his mouth and seemingly chewing gum? I think he's been dipping, spitting, and has dipping, lipping, chewing tobacco for so long that it's a tick that he does all of the time. If you watch any of his interviews, if you watch any of his discussion, it is something he does all the time. I wish Creighton Waters actually listened while questioning. AM says something odd that makes it more curious what CW has scripted. Yes, I am finding that moment. I'm trying to find that moment right now as we are talking, because that was a part that I thought was very interesting to me, both as a positive for the prosecution, but as a negative because the next question wasn't asked. And it was one of those things where it was too quick. Drugs in prep for cataract removal. Yeah, no, that doesn't happen. I know that doesn't happen. But Alex said he was not running to the hose in the kennel in the Snapchat video. Paul wasn't, and Maggie was with Bubba, who then was running the hose. I don't know. You could definitely hear the hose and you could hear it spraying. He says he was in that video. Doesn't say anyone else is in that video. It could be a memory issue. It could be him doubling down on something that isn't true. But all the inconsistencies. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Oh, food delivery.
One food.
There's one food. Hang on.
Contains no bricks.
It contains no bricks. Well, you got to get closer to the camera if you want them to see you. There's Ian. They should pick you up on the mic, but so yeah, we're yelling about Murdoch.
Well, that's not a surprise.
It's frustrating.
On behalf of Canada.
Oh, on behalf of Canada, I have coffee crisp. What is this magical thing? Coffee crisp. It's fantastic. There, I found you, Ian. There you go. So yeah. Anyways, I told them about some of the fun adventures we had today, including my first experience with a tank. Let me do this. Hang on. Everyone bear with me. I gotta adjust the focus. So it's not doing crazy focus stuff. There we go. So that should be able to get it. Yeah. So I was telling the chat about this crazy experience that we had with a tank that made a big boom, and that the boom caught all of us off guard, and was very loud and shook all of us at one time. So Ian, introduce yourself to the chat.
Hello, chat. I'm Ian Runkle, also known as Runkle of the Bailey. I'm here for the Gundies because I'm nominated in 2 categories. So, hi, chat. I think many of the people in the chat know
They
me.
already know. I told them that you'd be jumping on anyways. But yeah, Runkle's here. Runkle's hanging out. He's 2 doors down from me in the hotel. So he brought me back some barbecue from. Oh yeah.
So, the event didn't have barbecue. They actually had grilled burgers.
Did you stop?
So we stopped and we got actual barbecue. And don't pour that into your computer or you will
I'm
be
not.
very sad.
I'm not. But it looks so. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks awesome. Did you guys already partake?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So, yeah.
We figured you'd need to eat.
That's important considering I was telling them I didn't speed back here, but I had to play catch up on a lot of the other stuff as far as this trial, because my word, let me do this. So let me see. Why don't you do this? Why don't you go grab your chair from your room?
Yes. Maybe I'll grab my computer as well. I will not have video, but I can just watch chat because I like seeing what people.
You can watch chat, and maybe I'll add you as a back end so you can help me pull stuff as I'm talking about stuff as well. So that was a lot of behind the scenes discussion that you guys don't usually get to see, but you're glad you got to see it. Anyways, Ian's going to get his computer, going to jump on. He'll probably be on camera with me, but he'll be able to see stuff as well because Ian has a brain that can process a lot of things moving at one time. And let me do this. I'm going to take the earbuds out, and we're going to do a test on the microphone and see how effectively we can get the microphone to not hear what it is that's being played on the computer, so you guys don't get like double sound here. But yeah, Ian's going to go get that. Dry mouth. My overalls, his dry mouth sounds only happened when he talked about Maggie and Paul. Thoughts? He has had it in various other times during his direct examination and cross-examination and during his voluntary statements. I don't know if I'm buying all of that. I'm going to mute myself. No, it's fine. It's not that loud. Ian has now returned. Chad is moving really fast. And Niall Goddess, thank you very much. If Alex Murdaugh is convicted and later down the line, a hitman confesses he was hired by Alex Murdaugh, meaning Alex Murdaugh didn't pull the trigger, what happens? At that point in time, Alex Murdaugh's team probably files a motion asking for a new hearing new trial based on undiscovered evidence. That said, however, I don't see that being granted because Alex Murdaugh would have had the opportunity in that moment, assuming that Alex Murdaugh hired the hitman.
He would have known.
He would have known and would have been able to offer that evidence at his own trial. If Alex Murdaugh did not hire the hitman, then I think you're getting a new trial.
Yeah, if it's someone else's hitman, then that's a different thing entirely.
Especially if it's consistent with the theory that was presented in this defense, which is that someone else did it. Something from there. Kathy, thank you very much. James from court sent me here. Great. Looking forward to your insights in Frenzy. Thank you, James. I'm glad you guys were over there checking that out. Insights in Frenzy, we have indeed. Ian, you shot a gun today that you thought was very fun. Do you want to fill people in on that? While
I shot several, but that I thought were. So one of them is the new rifle that the U.S. military is going to be getting, or the U.S. Army. That was a lot of fun. It was really easy to shoot, very accurate. Another one that I really liked was a full auto MP5 because full auto is fun.
Did you get to shoot that one?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't show you any of the videos.
Yeah, all of the videos
We're
cannot go on YouTube, unfortunately.
I have the coolest video of, because the nice thing about this camera thing, like getting a good camera, is to be able to set up and get the camera pointed at some of this big artillery as it's being fired, because you get really cool resolution photos and video. But I can't put any of them on screen. YouTube will take my video down. Oh, so I have to find another way of sharing it. Maybe I'll share it in the Discord or something like that.
And shoot me a link to the back end.
I will. Give me one moment. I'll do that. Let me see. So Ian, while I do that, why don't you fill people in on what the Gundys are, why you're nominated, why we're down here in Texas, and just things that are fun to talk about while I go and try to pull these super chats from a chat that's flying really fast.
Oh, and people can't hear you because the mic is pointed at me.
Awesome.
So, do that because it's very directional. So,
Here, I'm going to fix this. Now I just unplugged the damn thing, I think. Hang on. We're just having all the issues. We're going to go far, and we're going to turn the gain up. Gain is up.
all right. So the Gundys are sort of firearm influencer award, and I was nominated in 2 categories, and I'm now a finalist in 2 categories. And the 2 categories, first is breakout content creator, which is cool, but the funnier and better one is voice of the Second Amendment, which is hilarious because I'm a Canadian. And so if a Canadian wins voice of the Second Amendment, that will be the funniest thing of all time. And yeah, so that's what I'm here for, is to hopefully win that. We'll have to see, because that will be the funniest thing.
I think the voice of the Second Amendment is the best. That's why I'm here for the trolling. Because you brought a Canadian flag tie, didn't you?
I did. I also brought another tie.
I know you brought the other tie. Let me see like this. All right. Oh my gosh. Chrissy, I'm trying to find the super chat you just sent. I know it was there. It's just the chat is moving. Squirrel, if you're in the chat, is it any possibility if we want to slow it at all? I don't know. I know that people complain about slow chat. I usually don't because I usually have a massive monitor in front of my face. But I don't have one right now, which results in me talking to myself frequently as I scroll through things and try to get caught up to where I was. Yeah. So, Christine, thank you very much for the super chat. Good to see you guys. Hope you win both, Ian. I voted. A lot of people voted. And we all, I think you're allowed to vote 4 times at once, but there's no more votes. Maggie Ziller, thank you. A side note, it's kind of strange to hear my own name and nickname so much in the murder trial. Yeah, I imagine. If this was a trial that had a defendant named Rob, I would feel really uncomfortable. But instead, it's just Alec. And Alec is all over the place. And let me try something here. So, while I try to do this, I love to do the things. Let's see where we are. That's the shifting of I can't do it. I can't do it midstream. So you're gonna have to help me fill time as we do this.
Fair enough.
And let me know if we need to catch anything. It's a mic not picking stuff up.
Yeah, I was told the mic was better before it got fixed. So
isn't that fun? So let me do this. Let me start pulling up a little bit more of the Murdoch stuff because we still have some catch up to do on the Murdoch stuff. And then I think I'm going to do like one more clip of Murdoch, and then we're going to have to start catching up on super chats. And because I'm seeing how this is working, and this is going in a direction that's going to have me here until 4 a.m. and I can't do that. I was up at 5 a.m. this morning. So yeah. Chrissy, I know that you're there. I can't find and pull it up. That was a very generous super chat. It was a $50 super chat saying, here's some drinking money for the festivities. Thank you very much for that. I tried to find it. But let's do this. We're going to find a clip. We got to find a clip.
hey, Natalie.
Is Natalie in the chat?
Yeah.
Hey, Natalie. Natalie, what was your opinion? How was your opinion? If you want to jump on, you can jump on and help me manage this wildness. I can do that because I didn't even think, because my brain is not functioning right now because I traveled. So anyways, let's see. Pulling up the next clip that I've got here, which was actually, did we even finish this part? Prosecution confronts over lies police. We did the police lies. That one was interesting. Then we've got this one, which was the family annihilator. That one was nice. And then here we go. So let's get to towards the end. It wasn't the family annihilator part. Or was it? I'm going to play a little bit of redirect while I look for this, because I want to find the actual clip. I will do my very best to keep talking into this microphone the entire time I can. The reason I'm doing that is because I don't want you guys to pick up the secondary sound from the tab that I'm about to share, because I need Ian to hear it.
Okay, so we'll just have to talk over it as much as we can.
Why? No, it won't. It won't pick. The mic shouldn't pick it up if I have it directed appropriately. Hopefully. Let's see here. I'm going to share. Present the tab. Why?
People are asking if I've seen the trial today. I haven't today at all.
Has been doing other stuff like
shooting
cool,
guns
cool
and
firearms.
Yeah.
So here we go. This is some of the redirect. Jim Griffin is back on the stand. This part made me kind of uncomfortable, rather annoyed, because Jim Griffin goes straight in on this one and starts.
Was it anything like the incredibly spicy start to?
No.
To the direct.
No, but I'll play the Family Annihilator one for you just so you can hear it. But this is, Actually, let's do that. I'm gonna play the Family Annihilator one so that you can hear that one. Explains admission during hurting to the blah blah blah. It wasn't that one. This was timestamp for the annihilation of the we don't want that one. It was there we go. Move this out so that we can pull this up on the screen. And so I can see this chat at the same time. Guys, I am apologizing ahead of time for this specific reason. I cannot see all of these super chats as they are flying by. I am trying to grab every single one of them. If you do not want to send a super chat, please do not. If you are sending it because you really want me to read it, I can't guarantee I'm going to do that tonight.
Somebody should send me a link to the back end.
You mean a link to just StreamYard?
Yeah, then I can try to, if I can star them.
Oh, that's true.
Because I don't know if I'm able to star them or not. Somebody's saying Runkle sounds like Barry White tonight. Runkle has been talking to a lot of people who are wearing ear protection.
Okay. So we're going to send this to your Twitter.
All right. Don't post to the public Twitter.
No. And then to the extent that Natalie's still hanging around the chat, there you go, my dear. That will allow you guys to jump in and hopefully see and star these things as you're seeing.
Did you actually hit send to my? Oh,
I did.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, you boomer. Yeah, I am so much better with a mouse and multiple monitors because I am really good at multitasking and focus when I have different things to look at and maintain that focus. Not so great when I'm trying to do all of those things at one time on one small screen with a keyboard and we do really well with a lot of this other stuff. Do I need to add you to the stream or can you start from back there?
I think you need to give me permissions to star things.
I'm going to add you. I'm just going to add you to the stream. Just don't turn your video on.
I don't think I can actually star things unless I've got StreamYard permissions.
See, and that's the thing. I don't think I can do that right now.
Fair enough.
I have to actually log out of StreamYard and do that again. I'm going to play that one. So Liquid Sunshine, I'm going to play this one that's on my list. That's the last one I'm going to play after I get through some of the redirect. This is so that Ian can hear the Annihilator comment.
No. That sounds spicy.
It's pretty bad. So here we go. There we go. Make sure I got volume so we can hear a little bit of it. Why? Sure, let's try this. Let me know if you guys can hear the sound when I play this. No audio. Dang it.
So if you want it in the stream, you got to.
I had shared the tab. It's the audio on the tab is shared. What it is it's the audio source is different. Let me do this.
That's a heck of a question.
What's the question? Yeah. Are you this terrible monster man?
I actually think that's an improv. Like, was that from the prosecution?
That was from the prosecution.
I would have objected to that question.
It was pretty bad and pretty aggressive. Now, it's not that question that's the worst part. And I know that might seem like a little bit of a... I don't mean it that way. It's not the worst part because the question he asks as a follow-up to that are basically, well, you're a liar. So it's the Family Annihilator comment, followed by the, well, this is why I'm calling you this thing. Many times in the past. All right, hang on. We're going to try this again. So I'm sharing. We're going to share tab audio. see this. I really hope this works. So let's try this again.
Mr. Murdoch, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdaugh. I would never hurt Paul Murdoch under any circumstances.
Say that.
People can hear it?
Yep.
Excellent.
So he says, you say that, you're not a family annihilator, but
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie
That's
You
a
lied to
weird
Paul?
question.
wait,
sometimes.
You lied to your father?
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things.
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about him. I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to him about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked.
all right, do you get the point?
Yep. Are you a family annihilator? No.
No.
But you lie about everything.
Yeah. And with that, hello, Natalie.
Hello, Rob. Hello, Ian.
Hey,
How's it going, guys? How's Texas treating you?
It was lovely.
Texas
I have
is pretty awesome.
Natalie, you want to be jealous for a second? Did you see when I held up my food that Ian got me?
No, didn't see that. Oh my goodness! Get that out of my face, please.
When we
what is
got
that?
there,
That was so good.
There was a massive lineup, and apparently just before we got there, the lineup had been outside the door. And this is for a place where you can buy barbecue and guns and alcohol
That was where you
and
stopped?
feed.
That was where you stopped? That store that said guns and barbecue?
Yeah.
That's a pretty good draw for Texas. They know, they know that if you're coming into Texas, that's what you're looking for: barbecue and guns.
But like they have a separate area for the restaurant, and it was like this giant line. People were like abandoning the line because they were like, it's taken too long. We got in, and it's a weird place. Like, hey, do you want to buy barbecue and a gun and alcohol and animal feed and camping supplies? And I'm just like,
No.
all right.
I mean, yeah, I want to buy all those things, but I don't know if I should at the same time.
Right, right. It's the at the same time part that really,
Well, and also on Google Maps, it had a really good review. So I'm just like, all right. Yeah. service was amazing and food really good. So yeah, I'm kind of liking this whole thing where like Texas, they've got like your convenience store and also here's the beer.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's like.
And the firearms.
And and what is it? And fireworks and whatever else they might be selling.
Fishing gear.
Yeah.
Hunting gear.
It's like everything is for sale.
Everything at one time.
Well, Prince George's County, where I am, cannot compare, but we do have a Chinese food laundromat combo shop right here in the town.
Yes.
Yes. And the smells that come out of there are interesting. It's like Downy fabric softener and General Tso's chicken. It's very, very interesting. Haven't tried it yet, but
So Natalie, did you get to catch any of the Murdoch trial today?
I did. I actually went on a very long hike in the woods. And so I was listening to Emily's stream while I was doing it, and I heard almost all of the cross-examination and I think the redirect. So I got to hear a pretty good portion of it.
So what did you think, generally speaking? And then I have a few specific things I want you to give me your input on.
Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, I don't think he should have gotten on the stand.
That's
yeah. I don't think he should have gotten on. And I'm not of the blanket opinion that the defendant should never testify, but this defendant should not have testified. It's just he's a liar, and that's very clear. And not only had he lied previously, it seemed like he was equivocating while he was on the stand about certain things.
The semantics back and forth.
That's it. That's what I mean by the equivocating. Like, they really were going lawyer for lawyer, well, what exactly do you mean by that? It's kind of like,
you checked the pulse before you called 911. Well, no, I said I called 911 instantly, like after I checked, like all of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. It was they were having a sparring match between the two of them, and I think at times both of them lost sight of the fact that this is a murder trial. Both of them. And and as far as the actual allegations about the shooting itself, once he answers the question of did you kill your family, are you a family annihilator, when he's so not credible about other things, are they going to believe him when he says that, is really what it really boils down to. And I don't know if they can now because his credibility is so shot.
But I also think that I still push back on this timeline thing.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of all I have reached the conclusion that if given the opportunity to tell the truth or a lie, no matter what the circumstances, he's going to lie first, and there might be a smidgen of truth in there.
Mm-hmm.
That said, even if I assume that every single thing that he said was a lie, I am left with the idea that and the other thing that I thought was curious was Creighton Waters' comment, and I'm going to make this point on this one. I'm left with the idea that from 8:45 at the end of that Snapchat video until 9:06 that he kills both of them, is able to wrap the guns, fully clean himself of all biological material without getting it on his shoes or any of his other clothing, and without leaving any trace evidence that there was different stuff, either like a blocker or a shield or anything like that. Then get back up to the house and into a car where the only thing they find in the car is a drop of blood on the steering wheel, which there's no other time to. All of that happening within that period of time. I am still at the position. And then Creighton Waters comes in today and makes this big to-do about 283 steps in a 4-minute period. 283 steps in a 4-minute period, from 9:02 to 9:06.
Yeah.
Do you know what that pace is? So it's 70 steps a minute. Do you know what a brisk walk is? 120 to 150 steps a minute.
So he's not moving around as much as Creighton is trying to make it seem like he is.
Yeah.
Well, and also if you've ever had one of those step counters, they go off on anything. I've had days where I didn't leave my chair and my phone is going, "Hey, you took, good job. You took however many steps." It's like,
yeah. I think all of that is fair. I think the thing is that jurors as just regular human beings.
Yeah.
when you hear this guy just fib so much, fib, and can't give any good reasons for why he was lying. Like, the most important thing in this case, if your wife and son have just been murdered, is you want to find out who the hell did this, right? And instead of focusing on that with law enforcement, he's making up fibs about the timeline, when the timeline would help you to figure out, where you were and things like that, and to figure out who really did it, to find the bad guy. But you're blurring things and obfuscating and lying about where you were. And so, as real people, I could see jurors having a hard time with finding him to be credible when he says that he didn't do it, when he can't give a good reason for why he would lie about, being down at the kennels. It's one thing if he said, I forgot, but he didn't say that. He said, I lied. And he doesn't say why, other than, I thought he was this sled agent that was involved in some type of cover-up.
Some corrupt thing several years ago in another case. And
it wasn't even the guy I thought he was. And it just it's not believable, So it's like, I don't think the state did a good job of proving this case at all. I think Alex Murdaugh did himself in by getting on that stand. I really, really do.
So might have, based on today,
got out of there, says Kizzy. Sorry, that's exactly.
No.
I went down to the kennels and I got out of there. It's like, what are you talking about, man?
I'll tell you what, Natalie, yesterday, I shared on my stream, I wrote out my trial notebook. Like I made a notepad like I would if I was doing a cross on this. And I wrote down all the direct on the left-hand side of the column and then all the cross on the right-hand side. And like every quote that was there was, I got out of there. It was, did him so bad. It was all the other things that were there. And it's the words. It's the words.
Yes.
And you might not intend to say them that way. And they might have a very innocent interpretation. But I get to then say them with my inflection and put them in your mouth.
There was another thing he did, Rob, that I thought was very telling on the stand. And he did it too when he called 911. But he immediately puts himself in the shoes of the shooter, the mindset, or shooters, and says, whoever did that to Paul was angry at him.
Yes.
Serious. They must have been so angry at him. And the reason I bring that up is this. It also goes into this excessive detail thing. So, I've had some CLEs and stuff like that. And I also have a bachelor's in psychology. And people with a personality disorder, sometimes they'll talk about how they'll do this thing where they'll lie, and you'll know they're lying about doing something because they'll put themselves in the perspective of the person that did it because they did it, and who would do that unless they had done it. A good example of that is the woman who killed her two sons, and I think stabbed herself or something like that while her husband and her other son were upstairs. And it was one of those like motive type of things. They really couldn't 100% with the DNA and everything show that she had done it, but she had done it and she was convicted. And when she gave all these interviews, she kept saying, the murderer just must have been evil and frenzied, and he just must have, been overborne by passion or something. And some psychologist was just like, it's just not normal for your children to be killed and for you to put yourself in the mindset of the killer. And that's kind of, I think it's Darlie Routier. Yeah, Darlie Routier. That's what I'm talking about. And now that's not something that the jury has in their hand. No one's going to come and testify this to them. But I'm just saying, me, Natalie, once he started testifying, it removed the doubt from my mind, because he's sitting here talking about, whoever killed Paul must have been so furious at him, so angry at him. You don't know who did this. You have no idea. Yet you're still trying to sell this alternative theory to the jury, other than, I just didn't do it.
And here's another good point. JSDs, I'm screwed. I talk like that sometimes. There are people that talk like that sometimes.
Yep.
Where he says, as a matter of fact, or he says, I'm convinced, or I'm sure, or I'm positive. There are people who, and they're not being deceptive, have that as a standard baseline in their conversation. I don't know about where he is on this. I'll tell you this, where I am, Natalie, based on at the conclusion of today, I am still at the point where he was involved or he knew,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't physically pull the trigger. I don't think the forensic evidence lines up with the lies.
Yeah.
That's where I am. So he could have, if he drove the golf cart down there,
Mm-hmm.
saw what occurred, drove back to the house, and then went nuts from 902 to 906 going, what the heck am I supposed to do now? I just saw this take place. Even if he heard it, or if he knew it, or if he knew that someone was coming for him or his family and he just ducked out of there, I got out of there. I knew someone was coming. I mean, all of this is just, if I was a juror, I'm sitting there doing that, and I can't put his hands on the trigger based on the forensics. No,
Yeah.
the tank did not have blue lights.
I mean, it could.
I hear you. I think something that Creighton asked, and I think he's going to argue this in closing, it went by very quickly, but it was when he was down at the kennels, like the dogs weren't barking at anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to try to get at the point, you didn't see anyone else there. It was just the three of you. That there wasn't any intruder or anything like that lurking around, or else all these dogs in this kennel would have been going off for these two dogs or whatever. But I don't know if he's going to argue that or not. I just thought that that's what he was previewing. But either way, yes, the timeline is tight. But my theory on the timeline being tight is that they're wrong about the time of death. They've never fully established the time of death to me.
In which direction? Because here's the thing.
It happened earlier than they think it did.
How would it happen earlier than 8:44 when that Snapchat video takes place?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Because that's the other thing. It's like, my theory is that they're wrong in the time of death. Or they could be wrong in the time of death, but later.
As in they were killed while he was gone.
Yeah. Or as he was leaving.
As he was leaving. That's possible too. Either way, I don't think they're right on the time. I don't think that let me put it this way. I don't think they've established the time of death. Talking about checking the armpits and stuff like that. Like they haven't established the time of death. They haven't done that. It could have happened early. Some are saying it couldn't have happened earlier, but let's say it did, or it could have happened later. Either way you look at it, I don't think that they've established the time of death. His movements, he's definitely helped them to establish because he got on the stand. There were questions as to whether or not the movements were exactly what they said it was. But he got on the stand and removed all doubt of that when he said, yep, you're right. That's where I went. That's what I did. I was over here.
He did.
Oh my God.
That was Creighton's best. That was his best win today, was getting him pegged down on the timeline.
Jesus Christ. Oh, such a nightmare. Why would he do that?
Gingy Probs comes in with a question I think is fantastic, because I have two defense attorneys on the screen with me. Question: please correct me. There was a 403, 404 evaluation, I think you mean analysis, done regarding the financial crimes, and they were brought in to prove motive, not propensity. Right. I'm going to clarify the question, then I'm going to pose it to you guys. Clarifying the question. It was brought in, it was attempted to be brought in for all purposes. However, the defense was very smart in getting the instruction that they wanted. When the judge gave the instruction, the judge said you can consider it for motive, but not for propensity. The judge made that clarification every time the jury heard it. That said, because I have two defense attorneys on the screen, how do prosecutors argue this regardless of what the jury is supposed to weigh it as?
I think they're just going to say, they're not going to come out and directly say this is for propensity, but they're going to say he did, he lied about these things. He lied about that. He lied about the other. They're going to really hammer on that. And
it's propensity.
The jury's going to sit there thinking this guy's a bad guy. He, he's likely to do bad things.
It's propensity.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to.
I think you're right. And I think what that opens them up to, which I don't predict happening in this trial because no one makes any objections in a timely manner, is that if this were Natalie's case, first of all, I wouldn't have opened the door to this stuff coming in, because you have to remember the defense opened the door to this stuff coming in. It wasn't going to come in the first place. It wasn't going to come in for motive. The judge was very careful about that until the defense opened the door by talking about his character for being a good dad and good husband. I digress. But if I were the defense attorney here, the moment they started saying, well, he tends to be a liar, and so he's a murderer, basically, right? I'm gonna object all over that and say this goes against the court's ruling that it's not for propensity, it's only for motive, and I'm moving for a mistrial. And I'm gonna object and object and object every single time that they do it in closing. I'll just object, 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 and they are not gonna do that here. They're just gonna allow it to happen because
Every time.
I don't know.
Every time. The number of compound, misleading, and confusing or argumentative questions that came out today.
Mm-hmm.
I was yelling in the car.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was terrible. So much leading. So many like compound questions Creighton asked Murdoch. Did you guys notice that? He would ask him 3 questions at once.
And that was, I started the stream talking about that. I said yesterday, I thought he did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, his pace was good, cadence was good, timing was good.
Mm-hmm.
He was asking specific questions, giving a pause, giving Alex a chance to answer the question. Today, I don't know how many Red Bulls that man had before going into that courtroom.
That is so funny.
But it must have been like a case because he was the opposite of what he was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Because what he was yesterday is not who he is as an attorney. What he was today is his default, and he's tired. He's tired, so he had to. You know what happens when you're tired? You go back into your real self. He was tired and he was agitated, and it was going on for way too long. And he started, and I said it in my stream yesterday. You cannot chase the rabbit. Attorney Ben Rubenstein taught me that. Child advocacy professor. You cannot chase the rabbit. They will jump out in front of you, an unruly witness, and say the most off-the-wall, crazy thing. You have to stick to your outline. And once you chase that crazy thing that Alex Murdaugh says, now Murdoch is in control. And that happened several times.
It happened today when they had these arguments over semantics. It happened so bad that I'm going to play the very end of redirect or recross today. Did you catch that part?
Yeah, I did.
So I'm going to skip the redirect part because Jim Griffin gets up and tries to redirect him. And it's one of the most, I'm going to say this as kindly as I can, one of the most pathetic displays I've really seen in a courtroom for redirect. It was 100% Jim Griffin testifying and Alex Murdaugh just saying yes, yes, yes.
It was horrible.
Yes. It was really, but then again, what do you do? Are you going to go and revisit every inconsistency and try to clarify it? No, you can't.
Well, but the thing is this, and you don't need to on redirect. You just pick the worst thing that he hammered your client about, and you say, Alec, Mr. Creighton asked you about this. Explain to us why you did that in your own words. Why did you do that? And there you go. It's not leading. And you let your client soliloquize and they get the opportunity to just say all the wonderful things that you've always wanted them to say and re-narrate that wonderful story to the jury. Instead, he led him through it. And so they're not hearing Alex's voice, they're hearing Jim's voice. And that's not the purpose of redirect. That's not what it's for. It
sounds so disingenuous.
Yeah, it just sounds bad to
So it's really, really bad. Does South Carolina require unanimous? Yes. If you're putting someone's life and their liberty at stake in criminal prosecutions, especially in a felony case, mm-hmm. Every state requires unanimous. Every state has to be unanimous jury. Mm-hmm. So does it help or hurt Murdoch? Requiring the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and requiring the jury to come back unanimously in response to that is intended to help the defendant.
Yeah. Because he has the presumption of innocence. So there are things that are supposed to be tilted to the benefit of the defendant. I don't know. I do want to point out though that jury unanimity was not the law in all states until like very recently. I think Louisiana was the last holdout. Florida
still has 8-person jurors for like felony cases still.
Jesus Christ.
I think there's a couple of states that have like difference as well.
In criminal cases, 8-person juries. That's so scary. That's
terrifying. There's a couple of jurisdictions that are like that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So
right, let me
do this. And then people, Yes, I have a cough. I had the actual like coof, like the thing, like 3 weeks ago, and this is just lingering from that. It's going
Also,
away.
it's dusty AF up
And
there.
it was so much dust outside today. So let me do this. We're going to pull up that last bit of recross because it was a little bit spicy.
That it was. And his attorney opened it up to it being spicy by leading.
And I mean, we're going to watch it. I want to get opinions on who wins this fight. So
You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you...
Look at the blonde lady in the back. I didn't catch that the first time I watched this. Watch her head. So I paused this because I wanted to make a comment. Creighton Waters there are certain moments in a trial where you can use the phrase, you're trying to tell this jury. You're allowed to get away with that like once or twice. If you keep on reiterating that, it loses all impact of it. And it really looks like argument instead of anything else.
So many of the things that Creighton does loses its impact because he keeps repeating himself over and over and asking the same questions and making the same points. It's like he's like, "Oh, I know this is a really good point for me, and I'm going to ask him about it 100 times." It's like, it's like the financials. It's like, yes, okay, fine. Oh my God, all right.
And you looked at them in the face and you lied and you stole their money. Yes. You didn't. A lie by omission is still a lie. Yes. God, get it.
You know what it is? He I think is a very internal person, Creighton, and I don't think he's mooted the points that he wants to make with other people, because in his mind, when he's like, "Do you really know Alex Murdaugh?" To him, that is the best line, the best lyric that's ever been written. That is, what I'm saying? That's poetry. That is, everything, right? He just knows that that's the line that's going to get him, and nobody else was getting it at first, and and you look them in the eye, and it's just like, that doesn't have the same impact to you, Creighton, that it does to everyone else. Like, it's, I don't know. He doesn't have, okay. You know what he's like? He's like the Joker when he was telling jokes in that recent Joker movie. And he was up there laughing at his own jokes.
Laughing at his own jokes?
Laughing. Yes, that's kind of what he's like to me. It's like, yes, okay, Creighton, we get where you're going, but it's like, this is not the serve that you think it is, sir.
Yeah, you have not owned it. So people are telling me, so the blonde in the bottom screen is Alex Murdaugh's sister, which now makes even more sense why she's shaking her head, because she's listening to the tell this jury remark. Oh God.
I didn't even know he had a sister. I've only heard of the brothers. Interesting. Okay.
The blonde is his sister. Apparently that's his sister. I'm reading the chat, guys. I see it. It takes me a second, but I did see it. And
thank you, Lindsay.
It doesn't impact kind of how it plays out, because watch her facial reaction.
Pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data, and that was because, as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
This is argumentative, at least at this point.
But they don't object, so what does it matter?
I don't know.
So many argumentative questions.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th. Correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information. Correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that,
I mean, that is,
and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED.
These would have more impact if it wasn't the 6th time that he has asked these questions during this cross-examination.
mm-hmm. I'm telling you, it's like the Joker telling jokes up on the stage, man. It's like, you know, just see, huh, guys? You get it? Yes, we get it, Creighton. Move on.
Had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And I told them the truth, but there wasn't nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that
Correct.
time? No, sir, I didn't.
I mean, I do like that he seems to be just being honest.
He's not.
I mean, he's just answering the question.
You testified on direct.
He is, but he's not. And I'll play you yesterday and today. Like, I'll see if I can condense it to like a version.
But that's why he's such a good liar, because he's lying to our faces right now. And it's like, I'll buy it. It's fine. Did he say that? You know, he's a good liar.
He's pretty good.
He's a
It's
good
not
liar.
a good character trait at all. And you
No.
can see how he convinced so many people that the scams would work.
Yeah.
Like I said, you, Mr. Waters, sir, you have sold me. He is a liar. I believe that beyond any reasonable doubt.
Right.
I believe he defrauded all these people. 100%.
Well, I like that he's just being like, he's answering the questions at this point, and he's not taking them into long stories.
I
I'm not saying that he doesn't elsewhere. I'm just saying right here.
I
Yeah.
love that Ian, Natalie, you know where this clip is going.
Yeah.
I love that Ian makes that remark.
Oh, it was nice while it lasted.
It's just you sweet soul. You sweet soul.
I haven't watched it, so I don't know what's
Summer
going
child.
on beyond what I'm seeing right now.
Oh, it's so good.
Yesterday, and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial.
New story.
Your
Just
words were,
Objectionable. Everything.
I got out of there, correct?
There you go.
I believe that's what I said. Yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. I mean, he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
Not you talking to the judge.
As I told you earlier,
Like, I've never had a witness do this
Nope.
and do it with as much confidence.
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily improper.
I didn't think it was improper at all.
No, I've just never had a witness talk to the judge. Like, I mean, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes they'll be. It's the way he's talking to the judge.
It's the
You know,
way.
like
It's
Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, sorry,
like,
Judge. I'm sorry.
I
just
was
meant
not done answering that question. I was not
Yeah.
done answering the question.
He's arguing the other side of that objection. That's what he's doing, but you're not representing yourself, sir. Yeah, exactly. It's not that he's addressing the judge that's improper at all. It's just the confidence and assuredness with which he's doing it. Assuredness with which he's doing it. It's just bold. That's a bold dude, man. He is bold.
Here's how Creighton invited it. Creighton invited it. Yes, people are going to make the comments privilege, blah, blah, blah. Creighton invites it because Creighton is doing a lot of this for theater. The judge sees that it's for theater, that he's trying to box him into this last question, that it's completely theatrical, where the judge hears that it's out of context, and had defense counsel objected and said he needs to finish, he's allowed to finish the answer, the judge would have allowed him to do it, because Creighton, even when he starts to go on, Creighton comes in and says no further questions to cut him off again. Which if you're the judge and the question's not done, that's not a problem. But the fact that Murdoch wins the argument, and then here you go, he takes the opportunity after he wins the argument.
You're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdoch?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Step down. All right.
He lost that part.
Who
And he
did?
had done, I think Creighton
I think
lost
he did
that
too.
part.
I think he lost it. He lost it big.
Yeah, because he allowed this witness, he asked that question too many and allowed the witness to give, his best possible case. That's the answer he should have been given on redirect.
And then
But his attorney didn't trust him enough, so his attorney was leading him.
And then he doubled down when Creighton Waters gets up and doubles down after he did it. He says, I asked you if those were your words. Is that right? And it gives him an additional opportunity to say, yes, you asked me if those were my words, but you were trying to put context into those words. And it's one of those things where that was effective. And then Creighton trying to do the slow back turn and all of these things that you see in Law and Order and true crime movies and really cool theater that doesn't work in a courtroom.
Doesn't work in real life, right? When juries are sitting there with contemplating what to do with the life of a human being and contemplating that this person potentially murdered their family members, they are going to get real, and I've heard that they get real worn down when you start trying to make this into a circus and into a show. This is serious. And I think sometimes Creighton has lost sight of that, man. Like, I don't know if it's because I said yesterday, maybe he's lost some objectivity because he just can't stand Alex Murdaugh, and I get it, or what, but he's lost objectivity, and now he's overly theatrical to the point where it's no longer effective. And
here's a really good point, Natalie. This is a point that was raised by the chat. Blah blah blah. Where was it? I thought it was effective for me as a potential juror. I'm not saying that and this is another good point. I saw that ending very differently. I think it depends on your impression of Creighton Waters. If he has rubbed you the wrong way with any of the financial stuff beforehand, you're probably seeing that testimony very different. You're seeing that dialogue very differently. If he has already bothered you with a lot of this, if you're frustrated with him, you're seeing the theatrics in that moment. But if you're appreciating a lot of what he's doing and trying to hammer down the lies, you might like it. So I can see that this is more division towards the jury. In my opinion, though, I just don't. I think he lost that point.
So yeah, I think that I'm coming at this. It's kind of like I see this in a nuanced way. I saw the end of Creighton's cross as good for Creighton, right? The very end of it, when he was like confronting him, "Are you a family annihilator?" or whatever. Of course, he's going to say no, but it doesn't matter. You got him to answer the question. You've already established he's a liar. You're going to be able to argue to the jury. Yeah, he said he didn't kill his family. He said he's not a family annihilator, but can you believe him? He's been impeached multiple times here on the stand, and you know that he doesn't tell the truth. So was he telling you the truth, right? Okay, fine. But when it came to the end of the redirect, we have this concept in questioning witnesses in front of a jury of allowing the witness to get away from you on cross-examination, or the recross, I mean. And you cannot allow, your witness really should be doing yes, no, yes, no. And the more they're allowed to explain themselves, the more that you as the questioner are losing.
Yep.
So he gave Murdoch 2 chances to really expound on Murdoch's own theory of the case to the jury, and basically, you know, put a bomb, a salve over all of the damage that Creighton had done. Basically, everything you're doing, Creighton, is mischaracterizing, you know, what I've done. Yeah, I'm a bad guy, but I didn't hurt my family. And you got him to tell that story twice, when at the end of your cross, all that you had out of him was, no, I'm not a murderer. That's it. Right.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that's so we're thinking along the technical lines of technically he lost because he allowed Murdoch to walk all over him in that recross, and he did. That's just
And this comment I wanted to address because I know a lot of people feel this way. Tomcat James, thank you for the comment, because it's an honest interpretation of how you feel, and I appreciate you sharing that. That said, this is a very big concern for every attorney. Because this right here is trying to get justice for all of the victims. Because this is not the place where he is allowed to do that.
No.
It is completely improper for him to try and adjudicate or seek justice for the financial victims in a murder trial. That is entirely, completely, 100% inappropriate. And that's just not me in our opinion. That is just factual jurisprudence. You cannot do that. You must divide the two. So I understand his ambitions might be just in seeking justice for all these financial victims as well. You can't do it here.
And I think if there's an undercurrent of that in the appellate record, if he's convicted, and again, I think this jury might hang, I don't know. But if there's an appellate record of that, if he's convicted, that in some way this prosecution was, you know, conducted in an improper way because of retribution for all the financial crimes, it could.
Did we lose you, Natalie?
No.
Oh, you did, and I'm still here. I hit the mute button by accident. But I was saying it could undermine the entire prosecution case, and then no one gets justice.
Yep.
How do Maggie and Paul get justice if Alex Murdaugh is prosecuted unjustly or again, you know, without due process in this case? That's not justice for Maggie and Paul. It just isn't. And it's not justice either. So he came in, he testified, and he made all these statements that were incriminating in his financial crimes cases. What if, you know, I don't know, what if we find out his attorneys urged him to do it, and so it was ineffective assistance of counsel, right? How does that then maybe the statements get kicked out because of something improper happening here, and then him testifying and hurting himself? This is a wild hypothetical I'm giving you. But if there was anything that was done here that could potentially undermine one of the financial crime prosecutions or undermine this prosecution, how does that give justice to anybody? You know, you have to bifurcate. And that's the problem, is that they've been trying to try the financial crimes case in this case, and it's not appropriate.
Yeah. So for the kids asked this question earlier, and I wondered if you caught it as well. By the way, I agree with you. I think everyone in the chat kind of knows I agree with you on that one. The burden shifting. Did you catch any of that argument? Because I caught a bit of it.
Yeah.
Essentially, this was about the communications with law enforcement. You know, this is the first time. This is this new story that you have told. This is this new thing that you've never told an officer before that this occurred.
Yeah. I remember I was listening. And a little bit of that happened yesterday as well. So his attorneys are making the improper objection, the wrong objection. And they're arguing the Fifth Amendment. You shouldn't be asking him about that because at the time he had the right to invoke the Fifth. Well, it's not implicated because he waived that right when he was making all these statements and stuff, and he chose to speak to the police, and then he chose to testify so they can inquire to him as to why he said certain things and didn't say others. However, they're inquiring as to his direct conversations with his attorney, and that's covered by attorney-client privilege. And also, they're asking him why he didn't help to produce certain evidence to help the prosecution prove their case, and that's not his job to do that. It's the state's burden to prove their case. It's not his job, to go and find the murder weapon for them, to go and do this. And why aren't you proving yourself innocent is basically what it comes down to. But they're not making that objection that they're shifting the burden. And they've done it several times throughout this trial. The objection has never been made that they're burden shifting, but they are. They are. A lot of the times they're asking him things like, well, why didn't you, voluntarily come into the police and tell them about this stuff? Why didn't you, give them the clothing and tell them where the clothing was and everything? Just stuff like that.
Didn't this feel like, oh God, what was I going to say? Didn't this part kind of feel like a fourth trial within this trial? What was discussed, what was negotiated, what was told and what wasn't told?
Yeah.
Now we're gonna have a fourth trial within the trial.
And are you going to make the lawyers, including yourself, into witnesses as to what the backdoor negotiations were? It's usually why pretrial negotiations, like settlement, conferences and all that stuff, that doesn't come in the trial itself, because who knows what was said when you guys are trying to negotiate certain things. And then, he's saying, oh, so you tried to reach out to me, and no, you didn't try to reach out to me. Are you testifying now, Creighton? It's completely inappropriate. And yeah, it does become like another trial. I agree with you.
He's testifying. Okay, disqualified. He's now a witness.
No, that's the thing.
Trial.
The number of times Jim Griffin's name gets mentioned in interviews, discussions, commentary with police, being on the scene. I can tell you this for damn sure. I don't care how much I love that person or want to represent that person. Mm-hmm. I am going nowhere near that courtroom.
But I'm telling you, this is why, if you're representing somebody, and Jim has already run into this problem during the trial because of his tweet, I don't know how many times I have to tell criminal defense attorneys this. Do not talk about your case to media. Okay, everybody knows you represent them. If it's a high-profile case, maybe talk to them after the case is over and the appellate period is over. If people still care, talk about it. But do not talk about your client's case to the media. They're going to hold your words against your client. You see what I'm saying? Like, Jim was giving a version of events that did not square with Alex Murdaugh being at the kennels. And in his opening, I think his version of events did not square with Alex Murdaugh being at the kennels, and now all of a sudden you can't back away from Alex Murdaugh is at the kennels and he admits it. Stop talking to the media about your active criminal cases. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, leave the arguments open for trial.
Mm-hmm.
Because the facts, you're understanding the facts change.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, who's doing closing arguments for Dick or Jim? Judge isn't going to allow both of them. That was an interesting twist on this. Jurisdictional rule in South Carolina, you can't split up your closing argument between two attorneys.
Huh. Interesting.
I've never done that when I've had co-counsel split the closing.
Well, they've had 5 weeks. Imagine trying to recap 5 weeks of testimony.
Yeah, man. I just feel like in this case, you just stand up and say they didn't prove it.
It
could not have happened the way that they said. They didn't prove it. My client said he didn't do it. All of you have a lovely evening.
Yeah, it's possible. Just quit my client, please. Thank you very much.
Have a nice day. Goodbye, everyone. They probably would have quit him just for like not making it drag on so long, and then just like Creighton just drone on and on and on in rebuttal.
So here, someone's saying, I hope Jim does closing. I don't know that Jim, to be honest, I don't know that Jim can. I feel like Jim's credibility took a hit in doing the examination of Alex.
I don't know. Jim did a really good job in one portion of the trial. He was he crossing the gun expert or something? He was crossing somebody, and it was a very, very good cross. No, it wasn't the gun expert. They did terrible at that. But Jim did something really, I can't remember what
It was the cross examination of
the detective, maybe?
Timeline guy.
Yeah, that was great. He did
Great
he
cross.
was so prepared. He did. I mean, Poot hasn't had a single moment in this trial where I'm like, go, other than I find him delightful because he is so abrasive and I like him like that. Like I know that he gets on people's nerves. I'm highly aware, but I find him to be delightful.
He's the defense attorney's defense attorney because it's literally the guy. He knows the rules. He does. And he also knows exactly what to do that comes right up to that edge. And he tiptoes it, and sometimes he dips a toe in the water, and he just does it. He doesn't give a shit.
Then he goes, "I'm sorry, Judge. I didn't do that for the 100th time, Judge. I'm sorry."
He just really doesn't give a shit.
I know if I was working opposite him, against him, I know he would piss me off.
I've made the same comment. Like I'm not going to call them a nemesis, but there's an attorney that I have had cases against, cases that drag on for years. It was just one of those things where this attorney, I cannot stand trying cases against this person because they do exactly that. They walk right up to the edge and you have to object 9 million times and you always have to be on your A game.
It's so tiresome. Yeah. I love him. Oh, cool.
Well, so Natalie, I'm going to catch up on Super Chat, so you're free to jip out anytime you want. I know it's late where you are.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to bed. Good night, everybody. Be well. See you, Ian.
See you. Great seeing you again.
Thank you.
Yeah. Ian, tell that guy to keep your name out of his mouth before I
Oh, you have no idea, but
what a jerk. Okay, bye.
I'm just really entertained that he's like, hey, here's this stuff, and literally the entire internet is like, no, dude, you're wrong.
No. Because I don't care where you come out on guns, right? I think you and I are probably on opposite ends of that particular spectrum. You just don't make those type of insinuations about people just completely baselessly, just because you don't like your position.
It's like literally anybody. And in fact, I'm pretty sure in that video, I said that both the male and female people arguing were making emotional arguments. But he's like, oh, you said a woman is making an emotional argument, therefore sexism. And I'm going, no, I actually said both of these people are making emotional arguments, and anyone can make an emotional argument. Like,
man, I wanted to tell him to shut up so badly, but I was like, no.
You know what?
I'm not telling people to shut up.
I don't think he's worth it. He's
just ignore it. Just ignore him.
All right, bye, guys.
See ya. Natalie, thank you. All right. I'm going to catch up on Super Chats because we have a fair amount to go. I'm sorry if I don't get to all of these. I apologize sincerely. I've tried to start as many as I can. And because I'm doing catch up, I have to flip back and forth between start and live, which I'm hoping I don't miss any, but I'm going to try. So Professor of Logic going to a Renaissance festival tomorrow. Going to go to all the woodworkers and say, that's not how Rob would do it until they kick me out. Good luck, Professor of Logic. Green Bee, thank you. Can they convict him killing just one of them? If they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he pulled the trigger on one, they are two separate charges. You can convict for one of them. I just don't see how they get one without the other. But good question. Paula Watkinson, thank you. So glad you and Ian had a fabulous day. What was all that silence testimony objection about? We just covered that with Natalie. It was the 12-year-old boy. Can they just make these statements? The silence objection was the right to remain silent and not having that being not your silence coming back and being used against you. So, yeah, today was a little bit wild, and I had to play a little catch-up. For the kids, thank you. Yes, EDB said something about burden shifting because he testified. I guess now they can change their argument, but is that good for the state? The more information the state throws in that general direction, I think the more likely it is that one of those jurors is going to kind of get fed up. But I don't know. Could just be piling on. Thank you for the kids. Texas, Carrie, thank you. Murder is not logical. My ex drunkenly beat me almost to death. Oh my God, I'm so very sorry. He sobbed the next day at my hospital bed. No one knew him. No one who knew him could believe it. I have seen people like that, and there is the possibility this exists. And I'm not saying that's outside the realm of possibility. I'm trying to square the forensics with the liar, and I'm very sorry that you went through that. And hopefully, you are well away from that problem. Gingy Probs, thank you. Yesterday, JG asked Alex Murdaugh what he saw at the kennels. He said, "I saw what y'all have seen pictures of. Some of that is just Southern. Didn't want to be graphic, but the verbiage is so strange." And that is a very good point. A lot of this can be colloquial to where this trial is taking place. Gab Liz, thank you. Before OnStar, I thought 911 was up for interpretation. That seemed to be, I think the OnStar data coming in mid-trial and the 17-second thing has him kind of looking at, did I really go and check that? Good comment, though. Dog Mom, thank you. Is he changing his truth to fit the evidence presented over the past 5 weeks? It's like, I lied, but I'm not lying now, and it's based on this evidence. If so, the jurors will be more confused.
That's pretty much always a problem when you've got somebody. I mean, this is a problem that you often have as a defense lawyer, is you've got somebody who might have told, and it might even be like a little trivial thing, and it might not have even been something that was a lie, right? Like somebody says, hey, after work, I stopped at the grocery store, and then I came straight home. And they're like, but we also have video of you at the post office.
Before you got to go, yeah.
And it's like, whoa, you know, you didn't tell the police that. You lied, and you're sitting there going, listen, I was wrong. Like, I forgot that I went to the post office, because we do this, we forget this kind of stuff all the time, right? Mm-hmm. But it still puts you on a really bad footing, because now you're getting up to the jury to explain that this thing is wrong, but that your other stuff is right. And it's just such a bad place to be. This is also why you absolutely do not want to talk to the cops, because when you talk to the cops, I can virtually guarantee that you will not get every detail of your life right. Some element will be wrong, and they will spin it as a lie. Even, you know, whether or not it's a lie, they will spin it as one. And you know, you going up and saying, well, I was wrong, but I wasn't lying, is not going to look good. You know, it's not better. So just keep your mouth shut. The cops can't play this game if you never talk to the cops.
Yeah. And well, let me tell you the first another part here. Let's say that you say that first lie and you get called out saying the first lie. But in that particular moment, you make a poor judgment call. And instead of admitting that you lied in that first instance, you create an explanation that explains away that first lie. I stopped at the post office. And the more that you do that, the lies compound upon one another, and they get more and more significant. I'm not equating that to this. What I'm saying is that you got to be careful with a lot of this interpretation. So yeah, thank you very much. That was a very good question. Thank you, Holly from Maryland. My main problem is him using only details already in evidence and then being vague when it's not the day of the murders. The only problem is him not remembering the last things said between people he loves before they die.
The thing is, if you asked me what I did yesterday, I would, well, maybe yesterday isn't the best example, because yesterday was distinctive. I, was on an airplane and whatever else. Ask me what I did 3 days ago, and I don't think I could tell you much detail at all. I'd be like, well, I presume I probably woke up and probably did, like, maybe I had some food at some point in the day, or maybe it was brick. And, I just, I don't know, like, stuff. I'd have to probably look at my calendar to know if it was a day that I was in court, that kind of thing, or whether it was something else. And
the number of stuff that the number of things that I forget, and I'm not blaming the ADHD, but the number of things that I forget. For example, the location of something that I had in my hand 5 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah.
5 minutes ago had this in my hand. Where is it now? How can you not remember it, Rob? So I'm wary of that kind of stuff, but it's interesting. You make a good point. I think he explains too much in a lot of these things. He fills the gaps with information that's not known to him, but that is a reasonable conclusion based on what he knows on point A and point C, and he fills in point B.
And I have to tell like clients all the time, I'm like, if you don't know the answer to something, tell the court you don't know. Don't fill in like what you think might have happened, because that's how you really get slaughtered. You know, it is just a recipe for, well, you just told the court something that wasn't true.
Yep.
Oh, you didn't know that? Then why did you tell it?
Yeah.
Under oath. You know, it's just,
Yep.
it's okay to say, I don't know. I don't remember. What did you have for breakfast 3 days ago? I don't remember.
Especially because we now know that he was taking upwards of 63 pills of oxycodone
Per day?
I think 5 milligrams a pop. That's a horse tranquilizer.
That's a dude who that's a serious addiction.
You have to do that for a long time to build up that tolerance, because that'll put you in a hospital. Marjorie Haskin, a masterclass on why you don't talk to police. Yep, perfect. Mimsy, where are Robin Runkle, South Carolina? Nope, Texas. So it is the Gundys. Ian is up for an award. So we're in Texas, hanging out, enjoying each other's company. I see purple hearts, which usually means that Emily's in the chat. Emily, I'm on my laptop. I would love to actually see anything you're saying to me right now, but I have this little tiny screen, and it's really hard. I don't like doing this. I don't know how you do it with the screen. It's so fun to see you all in the same room. Thank you, Emily. We're having a great time.
It's fantastic.
Here, I'm gonna make Emily and the rest of the chat who have not yet seen this jealous.
It's getting cold though.
It is getting cold. I'm gonna eat it.
I've got people saying, remind Rob he's got
Yes.
to eat.
Will you take over the mouse?
I can take over the mouse. All right.
There's the mouse. You have control of the mouse.
This is a weird mouse.
You can use the
Does it have a scroll bar?
just scroll. Do this. Watch. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Slide the finger.
That's a weird
It's
mouse.
a great mouse.
It is not a
You're
great
not in the
mouse.
thing. See,
It is not a great mouse. This is a weird mouse.
it's fine.
Chat. This is Rob's
It's
mouse.
fine.
It's got one button.
It works.
To a certain standard of works.
Do you want to plug in your mouse? Would that make you more comfortable?
I'll manage.
Yeah, Emily hit 700,000 subscribers today. It was fantastic.
That is
Wonderful.
amazing. I'm kind of sad that I missed that, honestly. Because
Great news. I
'cause-
loved it. Ian, you stand in front of the computer. I'm gonna eat some of this barbecue real quick.
all right. So hey folks, I am tired. It's been a long day. It's been a good day. Now I got to my usual sleep habits. I got in here at around midnight, and then I managed to get to sleep at around 2 in order to wake up at 7, I guess. So, 5 hours of sleep to then go and play with a whole bunch of firearms. So it's a good thing that safety is a priority. There was always, the range officer right within reach, but everything is fantastic. I went and got to try a whole bunch of stuff, met a whole bunch of people, and it was good times. I'm feeling pretty good. I'm full of barbecue, and I can't complain too much about feeling full of barbecue. And life is good. I met a couple of fans while in San Antonio, because basically the plan was I was going to arrive in San Antonio and then I'd have to leave, but I was like, I got to eat dinner. So I'm just going to shout out to, hey, here's where I'm going to be eating. If anyone wants to come say hi, come say hi. And so some people did. And that was really, that was quite a nice treat for me, because I got to, meet some people.
In San Antonio.
Indeed. San Antonio actually is a pretty cool city, I got to say. So
yeah. Oh, wait. No. Where is this tank farm? This is in Uvalde.
it's out of
Out of Uvalde.
It's a
hike.
long drive.
Yeah.
And they've been there since forever, but it's a pretty cool place. They've got rhinoceroses. I saw rhinoceroses.
and camels
and camels
and emus.
and goats and deer and like
It is a safari. You are driving on property for 15 minutes before you get to where this shooting range is.
yeah, it's Alex got a new charge for contraband his sister gave him.
So I'm seeing mixed reporting on this one. Stephanie H.
That's-
Alex got a new charge for contraband. This in the book the sister gave him. I don't know if that's true or not. I did see a new booking photo from the 24th. So I'm going to wait to see that confirmed via.
I mean, it's possible.
It is.
I hope that the contraband is just the book, because otherwise somebody could be in a lot of trouble. Not.
I'll tell you what, though. Oh my gosh!
Please tell me this doesn't turn into like a drug trafficking file or something.
If it's a pill or anything of an opiate variety after today, oh, that's like the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Canna, thank you. Wish they would have asked where was Maggie's phone, hands or pocket. Dumb questioning Alex about quick trip to the kennels. We know where Paul Murdaugh's was. I don't. That is a possible question. The thing is, if you try to script questions, you might not get there. You actually have to follow the flow of the questioning and like go with it. Perfect example. Creighton Waters gets Alex Murdaugh talking about the death of Paul and how Paul was shot and how he was convinced and he knew that this person really intended to cause Paul harm, to really hurt Paul, really hurt Paul, really hurt Paul. You know what he didn't say during that entire monologue? A single word about his wife. Creighton Waters, however, didn't pick up on that and didn't say, I noticed that you neglected or didn't acknowledge that Maggie had been shot that night as well. Is it just Paul that they did wrong? Like, just that one question in that moment would have been so very interesting.
I mean, the thing is there are ways to, people do tend to mourn their kids pretty hard.
They do. But that's just an example of an attorney that's not listening to the questions.
Yeah.
Listening to the answers.
I mean, that I don't like that question because I think it's unfair.
Right.
Because, you're never going to have a right answer to that. But I agree it's going to be an effective question. I just think it's unfair. It's like, like this is kind of BS and I don't like it, but yes, it'll work. So
Runkle, share your hot peppers. Do you have hot peppers?
I didn't bring hot peppers because it's difficult to bring liquids on planes. And
we have hot sauces and they're delicious. We've had those. I want to do another batch of them.
Oh man, we've got to get that going because
people were saying, either that's not as spicy as it was said to be, or no, it's spicy. That hurt a lot. It
like those high level ones.
It really hurt.
Going
on. Creighton has no point. Thank you, Susanna. I can see how people reach that conclusion. I can see, honestly, with this trial, I am not shocked by any person's opinion. Well, no, that's a lie. There are some that are kind of out of left field, but
I mean, the thing is that this is such a weird trial and I haven't seen all of it, but the bits I've seen are so weird.
It's pretty nuts. Melissa, I still can't say he's guilty. I want to say he's guilty, but I have reasonable doubt. That's a fair conclusion based on what you've seen. Terry Summerfield, thank you. I think he checked the bodies while he was on the phone with the first dispatcher at Hampton before transferring to dispatcher at Colleton County. The problem is that we now have 3 or 4 versions of that event. And I think that that's a reasonable interpretation, but we have 3 or 4 versions out of his mouth. And that's the challenge that he has to get around. Carol, thank you. Don't forget that he had 10-minute 911 call where supposedly service was spotty and the call was never dropped. He must have stayed by the car. I seen that comment. I would have hammered that on cross-examination. I thought it was a missed point. Dog Mom, thank you. Is he changing his truth to fit the evidence? I think I got this one already. It's like 5 weeks, but not lying now and it's based on the evidence. If so, the jurors will be more confused. I think that it's pretty confusing as it is. Anna, thank you. I feel his lies on the stand and could prove that he manufactured an alibi. And the fact that you picked up on that exact phrase, that 3-word phrase, manufactured an alibi, a sentence that doesn't usually get used in normal nomenclature, means that Creighton Waters was effective and had impact in asking that question.
Yep, I absolutely, sometimes when you've got a judge and you use a particular turn of phrase and you see it come out again in their decision, you're like, I'm going to remember this moment because that was an effective moment.
Yep. So that tells you that his question in that regard of making the insinuation that there was a manufactured alibi was at least effective to you. And I can see how it would be. The state lies equals murder. People are only going to dig into their previous opinions. I doubt it changed anyone's mind. I think it might have. I don't know. Jimmy Cobb, thank you. If he called 911 first and he hadn't been up to their bodies yet, how did he know they were shot? Specifically, shot, not stabbed or axed. He knew ahead.
I think it's a reasonable conclusion if you see somebody's head canoed. And once you might be wrong about it, but I think it's where your brain, I think that's where I feel terrible about my phrasing. It's where you immediately leap to.
You go to that conclusion. And and to be frank about it, to be honest with it, you see one person and you see that carnage and you see another figure on the ground. And you don't have to walk up to that second figure. Now, the caveat here is that he said that she was shot in the back of the head, which means that he must have either seen or knew. So that was something that's a little bit different. Dana, thank you. Because the state seems to be pivoting on their motive. Doesn't that change how they were able to get financial crimes in? I don't know. The motive stuff was kind of brought in by the defense. I really think the drugs hurt the state's case more than anything else. What if, here, let me ask Runkle, because Runkle's fresh on this case. He doesn't know this. I actually want to give him this hypothetical. So you have heard everything about Alex Murdaugh and how the crimes were the motive, right?
Yeah.
You heard the inconsistent statements.
I don't know that makes sense.
Oh, wait. Emily, are you confirming this? He was arrested and booked yesterday or today for this?
Huh.
Emily, I'm having a nightmare viewing the chat. If you have any of the details, can you just send me a quick note? Because I am very curious about this one. Because I'm very curious about what the contraband was.
Don't they already have him in for life on the?
But what the contraband is? It's what the contraband is. And
yes.
Also, you get to charge the sister too for slipping it.
It depends. They may not have.
It's Creighton Waters. You're not going to charge a Murdoch.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, that was rude.
The thing is that she may. I think they'd have a real hard time proving it against her if it was a book, because if it's the book,
it's something inside the book. That's what I'm wondering.
If it's the book, you're not going to be able to charge her. I don't think very successfully, because you'd have to show that he's not allowed. That she knew he's not allowed books, for contraband, right? There's got to be some element of knowledge that is contraband. But if it's like pills inside the book, then she's in some serious soup.
If it's pills, I think that he's in massive trouble based on today. So Ian, let me finish back to the point. So during the case today, so we've talked to you about all of the different things. Everyone's saying check Twitter's posted. I'm going to do that and try to manage my thought process while doing that. Everyone is saying, or rather, we knew that the financial crimes themselves were alleged to have been the motive behind the killing itself. And we knew that he was buying drugs with a lot of the money that was being sent to him, or at least we knew he had a drug problem. What if I told you that on June 6th, the day before the murders, he was experiencing serious enough withdrawal symptoms that he was having the shakes and couldn't move?
That's pretty serious.
And that the day of the murders, he was saying that he had pills in his pockets. would that maybe explain some of the inconsistencies in the statements and the remembering and not remembering where you were and what you were doing?
Oh, I mean, if he was flying on and off and so forth, then there's very real possibility that he would not know what,
And the state started hammering that issue. And I didn't get it. I was so confused when they started going down that avenue. People are saying not contraband, it's financial crimes. What's the additional financial crime? Please tell me that someone has issued the warrant because he was the one that may have bribed someone in the jail to call in the bomb threat.
Oh, that would be terrible.
Could the shakes cause him to pull a trigger? Like he was paranoid, shot them on accident? Could that explain some of the inconsistent statements? But then again, how does someone with the shakes who's paranoid at that level, that's the other part of this entire equation. So there's two alternatives. He's in withdrawal symptoms or he's in withdrawal, in which case I cannot now fathom how experiencing withdrawal symptoms is capable of cleaning up himself and that scene in that timeline. Alternative B, he is not in withdrawal, has relapsed to the drugs, and what people usually do when they relapse the drugs, they usually go really hard in at that first time out. In which case, I'm still left with the same questions of how he cleans everything up. And I don't think the drugs made him do it. I don't think that argument works.
It looks like they are saying that it may have just been the book, but I don't know for certain.
So you're reading the report? Is that the same one? Is that the same one here? Another chart, Fitz News?
Yeah. And the link that they cite as where they got their information.
How I have found that Fitz News, I'm Emily, if you're still in the chat, if you're not, it's fine. I have found that Fitz News tends to report a little bit one-sided. I'm wondering if that's actually the case. I've just seen some of their Twitter posts recently, but because I don't want to go running out and saying he did something, but either way. So let's see here. What's the link to the news? I'll see if I can find it. So let's go on. Shanta, thank you. I've people who really bad backs who drive and slow bumps and turns can be very painful. They can be. Christian Ty, thank you very much. I am also unsure, but leaning more towards guilty after seeing him on the stand. The now using nicknames the way he answers questions and constant repetition. I don't know.
That was weird.
It is, but I think it can be overplayed too. So, T-Mac, you respected the speed limit in Texas. Are you crazy? I get road rage only going 10 over when I'm there. I appreciate the 70-mile-an-hour speed limits and the 75 speed limits. Those make me very happy. Sarah Bellum, do you have Facebook? We'll look around. Thanks. I don't go on it ever. YouTube user, thank you. Brandy C, watching on rewind, but can the jury convict on a lesser charge? I feel this is a little Casey Anthony. These are the charges that are there. Based on this, the only lesser charges still has him pulling the trigger. It would be negligent homicide rather than intentional homicide.
That's weird.
It's still a homicide.
It's still weird as to how he gets there.
Yeah. Hi from Richmond. Hi. Trouble Hound, there you are again. The issue is beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think he had the stones to do it himself, but the heavily edited testimony screams he's involved. I can definitely see how people get there. Elf, yeah, subscribe over the Death Be Heard bed video. Thank you, Elf. And that's a great reminder for me. For those of you guys who are here, if you're liking the content, I am Rob. This is my channel. This person next to me, this elfin figure, has a channel of his own, Runkle of the Bailey. If you guys are here watching the video, please like the video. We are both attorneys, practicing attorneys, and I've been breaking down this case for the past few weeks as we've been going on and trying to give you guys my view of the evidence as it comes in. So if you like the content, please subscribe. Working our way to 200K. It'd be great to get there before the first year anniversary of the channel. So, yeah, thank you very much. He said pills gave him energy and focus. Okay, and that can be true depending on how your brain chemistry works. I have seen that actually be the case. Peggy, thank you. Now I'm wavering. Didn't pull the trigger, but knew it's possible. Liquid Sunshine, thank you. Him saying behind for a few minutes before heading out made me wonder if he was getting the guns ready for in the golf cart. The golf cart made an appearance today, which has, again, no explanation, because why would SLED test the golf cart or do a search around the property? You know, they make a lot of arguments about this 283 steps for the hours of 9:02 to 9:06. If it's 283 steps, and the theory is that he's cleaning up during that period of time, wouldn't it have been really easy to, maybe canvas that area?
Yeah,
for,
I would.
A weapon.
I would totally want to check all this stuff, and also if he supposedly committed murders while on a golf cart, I would really, really, really want to check that golf cart for, say, blood or, anything.
I think the one consensus everyone can agree on is this investigation was crap. Jessica Campion, thank you. With AM's addiction, the stealing might be like gambling addiction, but that's different than murder. I don't think Waters understands addiction. I don't know. YouTube user, thank you very much. I think the little detective solved his own murder with the Snapchat video. That's a fair way of looking at it, because it was clear that the story started changing after that. So it's interesting. Cena G, thank you. I have a Samsung, not iPhone, but if looking at phone when walking, it doesn't always count steps. His phone could have counted steps while looking at Maggie's. It's the would have or could have. It's the could have. Anytime that you have a could have instead of a it did, then that could have has to be resolved if it's a reasonable alternative in favor of the defendant. Jennifer Bissonette, thank you. Biggest thing for me was I got out of there after the kennel. I wrote it down for a reason. It was a significant statement. Amy T, the phones always moved separately and never together. He had a golf cart and could have moved her phone and then went to the house. I suppose that's possible. Again, there are a lot of possibilities. I just don't know that the state has proven that one is the beyond a reasonable doubt have it happen. Ms. Marie, thank you. Unpopular opinion, I know, but this is hard to watch. I feel like he looks like a broken man. His addiction truly ruined his life.
And addiction ruins a lot of lives.
Yeah, and Ms. Marie, I know that people are very emotional about this case. I constantly ask them to be respectful of people in the chat, because you can't know every person's life story or life circumstances, and it's difficult to measure anybody against something like this or this case. Please try to be respectful. Yes, I can see how people can reach that conclusion.
Oh, and there's a membership chat, which I know you'd otherwise miss because StreamYard sucks for this. Jenka79 noting, don't forget to hit the like button in here with a thumbs up emoji. Wanted to make sure that got caught because StreamYard and suckage.
Yep. Sarah Bell and Rob, I misread your earlier chat. I asked earlier about custom woodworking. Yes. Okay. Look on Facebook. We don't have Facebook. Thank you for both FNF and On the Road. I will say that you can look at Etsy. I am wary of Etsy because Etsy does a lot of drop ship stuff, even though they say they shouldn't, or they say they don't. I always like the idea of honestly going to a farmer's market. You will find woodworkers there or people that know woodworkers.
If you see something really cool on Etsy, go to AliExpress and see if you can find the same really cool thing.
Do a reverse image search.
Do a reverse image search, and also put in like the keywords, like describe the thing, and just look at a page of stuff because it may well come up. And then you're sitting there going, and often it'll be like, hey, here's this thing that's like $40. And you'll find it on AliExpress and it'll be like, oh, right, it's $3.
Yeah.
All of that difference is just profit for the drop shipper.
Yeah.
And why would you give them your money when all they did is, just trick you?
She's looking for quality handmade woodworking stuff.
Yeah.
You're not going to find that on AliExpress. I would say look around, talk to friends who have cool furniture you're going to find somebody.
The AliExpress search is still useful for that because if you find it there, it's not quality.
That's true.
It's just bad.
Yep. Sky Ricky, thank you. Paul was going to jail, so save him from that. He killed him. That's a That's an interesting definition of saving. Thoughts on the 5th/6th Amendment issue? We discussed that a little bit earlier. Hope you were around for that one. Stephanie, also, where's the blood from his fingers? When did he wash his hands? Doesn't add up for me. You know what question wasn't asked today? That one. When did you wash your hands, Mr. Murdoch? With what water source did you wash the blood from your fingers that you said you had on your fingers before law enforcement got there? That would have been an interesting question to ask.
Just most disturbing possible answer. I licked it off.
Oh, why did your head go there? Zachary, Mama, thank you. I really don't think he's capable of this. I think he hired
Because
someone.
tired Runkle. That's why my head went there.
The hired hitman thing is not outside the realm of possibility, especially when the state already introduced evidence that he tried to do it for himself. Oh, Ms. Marie, I got that one already. Thank you, Ms. Marie. 9 Snails Gal, thank you. AM testimony tells me that he's either did it or organized for it to happen. Conspiracy would have been a better chance at guilty. Problem is people have difficulty with conspiracy if you can't find the other person. This is one of those lovely catch-22s where it comes back down to that investigation. So it's frustrating. Cassandra Perez, in honor of your visit to Texas, breakfast tacos are on me. Thank you, Cassandra. If you're anywhere near San Antonio, my hometown, you need to grab some tacos at Pete's Toco House. Toco or Taco?
I'm guessing that's taco.
Enjoy your stay. Cassandra, thank you very much. I'm going to actually Pete's Taco House. I have a notepad up right here. Pete's Taco House. Because we are going back in the morning, Pete's.
Well, not to San Antonio right away, but
I mean, you know what I mean? Like what I mean on Sunday morning. When
yes. Yeah.
So that could be possible. Thank you, Cassandra. Feed wearer, thank you, will never know the full truth. If he's truly innocent, then he's just on the unluckiest. He's the unluckiest MFer in history to find them dead, given all the coincidences. I will embrace that first sentence. We will never know the full truth of what happened here.
Yeah.
I don't care how much people have all of the answers or they're convinced or this is how it happened or all the above. We will never have the full truth, and that sucks. And it's a damn shame, but it's one of those. It's frustrating. Kimberly Fine, trial within trial, limited questions, unaccounted for drugs, millions, impeachment despite counsel, possibly CNIC motions, motion to compel, seal discovery. Wonder what the deal is. Motion to compel, seal discovery, impeachment, unaccounted for limited questions, trial within trial.
Unaccounted for drugs is always exciting.
It's just why does this trial have everything in it? Like at one time. You know how many areas of law you have to be able to explain this stupid trial?
Too many. I mean, a lot of it is criminal.
A lot of it's criminal.
Like, hey, he stole the monies. Not super complicated.
What's the deal here? The deal. Like, what is the deal that you would make or could make? Life without parole. And he'll take it. Just not on the murder charge. He'll plead to everything else, just not the murder charge.
Yeah, I think that would be the deal that they could get him on, or could get him to agree, is that he just spends the rest of his life, but never admits any involvement in
the murder,
in the murders.
But they can't do that.
Nope. In fact, they might offer him the opposite. We'll drop all the financial stuff if you plead to the murders.
Yeah, and hey, you plead to the murder, like
it's still life without parole.
I mean.
Because I don't think they haven't asked for the death penalty.
No death penalty.
So,
Aaron Church, thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Where was this one? Love Scorpio. Thank you very much. PM, MM, and AM all had head wounds. Only one survived. I think AM was very capable of this crime. Or hiring someone to inflict head wounds.
Yeah, I keep coming back to that possibility.
So I just Lily Grindelwald. Gimlet and Ghostblade together in a hotel again. Yeah. This hotel's not going to burn down. That's a reference to Lawyers and Dragons, not anything that happened in real life. So that's a fictional thing. Alicia Harper, Norco gives me energy and drive, but also can help me sleep. I do take 3 to 4 a day for chronic pain the past 15 years. The amount only helps to get me out of bed and function for the day. Not guilty. Interesting, Alicia. Thank you for sharing that experience. That's very helpful information.
3-4 a day is very different from like 60 a day.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's pretty serious.
Yep. But again, that leads you to the how bad was this addiction? What was going on? So many questions we're never going to have answers to.
I'm just like, how did his kidneys not shut down?
Tracy R. Sled-ish job. I expect guilty because jurors can't let him walk, or hung if guilty. I expect a successful appeal. No notes for the jury. Closing as gospel. The closing as gospel is a scary thing for me because you have a lot of attorneys in this case who love to pontificate about evidence that is not in evidence. And that's a problem when the jury doesn't have their notes. So, Kimberly Fine watched Poot's statement on 8/17/2022. Why are they're all talking about all kinds of stuff. It's just none of it's good or advisable. The blossoming Rob and Ian bromance is heartwarming. Thank you here for years. Very much appreciate that remark. I'm in South Carolina and have been put on hold by 911 for almost a minute. Frustrating when it's urgent and you get hold, please. Like you can just call local pizza.
I have heard of much longer hold times.
Yep.
I had a file where when they put you on hold on 911, they don't stop the recording, right? They're still taping.
Yep.
And I've heard of one where there was a domestic violence call and there was a lot of stuff recorded on a 15-minute hold time. And I'm just like, oh, this is not making me happy.
No.
Yep. When the seconds count.
Yeah. Joy Daily Gaming. After all his testimony today, I feel he is more guilty than not, though I know the case isn't over. He's just constantly rewriting the truth. Gross. I think that you can reach. SGTH, the Krispy Kreme word fumble. I didn't catch that. I missed that one. That's the one part of today I missed.
The other thing is that sometimes when people get massively addicted to certain substances, and I don't know if opiates are one of them, but you can end up like knocking holes in your brain and your cognition such that your memory can be really faulty. Alcohol does this really badly if you get Korsakov's. Like Korsakoff syndrome is you have no memory, but you also don't know when you don't remember something.
That's fun.
And so you make stuff up by accident because it's just the ideas that come to your head kind of spill out and become what you think the truth is. And there's lesser degrees of similar things. So some addicts will just kind of,
That's terrible.
it's not, and sometimes it's just after they've recovered, it's just that they've spent so long kind of cooking their brain that when they're trying to remember things, they just wrong stuff comes out. And that's not typically low level stuff. Like lots of people are addicts and recover and are just fine. But this is like people who have really fallen super far, especially if you're entering into the area where people stop eating, because like Korsakov's and that kind of brain damage is related to certain nutritional deficits. So sometimes you do see it with like meth addicts who just take meth, don't eat, and like subsist entirely on like meth and pop.
Which is why their entire body starts shutting down.
Yeah. And then you're like, okay, it's brutal. And I hope that's not the case, but you can get people who just literally can't anything.
Yeah. I am going to remind the chat at this point in time. I am seeing a lot of super chats coming in. I am trying to start all of them. I do not think I'll be able to get to all of them tonight. We are 3 hours in. We have an early morning tomorrow. I will try my best to read the ones I have started right now. But if you're expecting me to read it, If I see it, I'll try, but I can't guarantee tonight. I'm sorry, guys. I usually do try very hard to do that. It's just the laptop travel setup.
And also, there's 6,000 of you in the
And
chat.
there's 6,000 of you in the chat.
So,
which is
yeah.
And thank you all for being here, and thank you for everything that you do to make the channel exist. I really do appreciate it. It's awesome. Chrissy, thank you. Because of this trial, my family thinks I'm some super law genius. Screaming objections at my TV. Both sides are beyond frustrating to me. I imagine there are at least a few of you who have kind of picked up on some of just our frustration and demeanor, and you're walking by going, how are they not objecting to this all the time? Leading, argumentative, hearsay. It's just, that's kind of why this is fun. These trial watchings is fun. Thank you, Chris.
I mean, you do learn stuff by watching, watching this kind of coverage. I'm not saying this is a substitute for law school by any stretch, but you're certainly going to come away ahead of a lot of people. Knowing what objections are is a big thing, because lots of lawyers screw this up.
Oh yeah, they don't really know what they are. Some of them do. Danielle Grace, thank you. Them is people bringing charges against Paul Murdoch. Alex Murdaugh only knew the only way out was if Paul Murdoch was gone. Alex Murdaugh blames them for the death, i.e., AM having to do it but not taking fault. Interesting observation and thought. Dana W, thank you for all you do. Also, thank you for the gift of memberships, Chuck. Thank you, Dana. Jessica Reagan, thank you. They nailed the timeline for me, and I realized that if he didn't know the time of death, he would have known to lie about it. I'm done. He's guilty. Yeah, the 45 minutes, I was talking to them 45 minutes before I left. That can work into the timeline. It goes back into like the unlucky, or he knew. I don't know. Brentwood Chic, thank you. Please, everyone, remember that reasonable minds can differ and be kind to others with opposing opinions. Shrimp fried rice, thank you. That's a shout out to Rick Hogue, who I know had a good day today and has recently been made at least one appearance on his channel that warmed my heart quite a bit.
Oh man, that was so amazing to see.
Yep.
I was just sitting there I'm watching to support Rick, right? Because he's sitting, we got to keep his channel alive. Watch his videos, guys, even if you've rewatched Lawyers and Dragons. But yeah, I was like, oh my God, Rick. It was so, yeah.
To interject for a moment, Rick Hogue is the owner and runs Hogue Law. It's a YouTube channel, and on December 30th, he had a stroke, unfortunately. The amazing part about it is his recovery has been astounding. He is at home right now and is doing fantastic. While the recovery is a struggle for him, if you listen to him talk on the Bitcast, which was on his channel, probably the most recent video that he did, you wouldn't notice it. It's really pretty amazing, and a whole big community showed up to kind of support him. And fundraiser was there to help with medical expenses. It was pretty awesome to watch. Thank you, Brentwood Chic, for that reminder. Stacy Walpole, thank you. A couple of friends with firearms biz in San Antonio, Apache Rifle Works and Evolved Ballistics. Check them out. Apache Rifle Works, Evolved Ballistics.
Huh.
Okay. Scony, Cat Mom, thank you. I got out of there. That did it for me. A bunch of people have made observations. Gotcha. My favorite moment today was when Jim stomped his foot on the ground. Oh, I read that one. Yep, indeed. And the judge told him to sit down. Do you think Waters dragging out Cross was a middle finger to Dick Harpootlian because he knew the experts were in town? Strategy or just theatrics? Chrissy, if he was the thing is, dragging that out makes the jury hate you.
Yep.
And I don't think he wants to risk that. He cannot think that he has this in the bag right now.
He may not have any other way to be, though.
It's possible, but I don't think it was some big strategy move. I think the slap in the face to Mr. Harpootlian was just an added bonus to him, but I don't think he did that. He did that intentionally. T-Mac, thank you. I have one issue with the timeline, just in zero TOD. I have an issue with the timeline, just in zero time of death.
Yeah.
It really opens it up to me. Opens it up for him to be able to shower, hide crap, etc. Armpit guy was elected, and that makes me wonder too. Frustrating. Time of death cuts both ways, T-Mac, because he can go the other way too when he's not on property. Sandra Ramirez, I hope you and Spidey do a collaboration on Murdaugh's behavior on the stand. There would be several interesting behaviors. I'd love your take on it.
I find it really weird that there's like an elected coroner.
Why?
Because, like, isn't that a job that requires medical expertise?
Yeah, but there are elected judges that require legal expertise.
Can they just elect anybody though?
No, I can't go elect the person that I can't just go and elect someone off the street to be a coroner.
Like if Bob the grocer ran as coroner,
Am I going to Bob the grocer to be a judge?
Maybe.
I've been in front of a few. Just kidding. Just kidding. Bad remark. Just kidding.
We're gonna name them, folks.
C minor OP 67. CW should be aggressive here, not hold Alex Murdaugh's hands. He didn't. He went in pretty hard in the paint. GG's trails and tails. People lie all the time because they're not family annihilators. But they're not family annihilators. Yeah, that was the point.
Yeah.
I don't think they've made their case. People are there too. From everything I've seen, there's at least 30 to 70 or 60-40 or 50-50 split in guilty or not guilty at this point in time. I'm still waiting until all the evidence. Arthur Morgan, my cousin Vinny is asleep behind the waters. Was he taking a nap today? Lisa Stallings, thanks for Virginia. Thank you. Sudsy Elbows, AH said the dogs and the guineas at the kennels were not acting as if anyone else was there. Interesting comment considering the timeline. That is interesting indeed. Grace J. Creighton commentary and asking compound questions left Alex Murdaugh room to qualify. Then Creighton would snarkily comment at the qualification. I was so annoyed. I was very much annoyed today in the afternoon. Tracy Sires, pros could have had a better case if Creighton wasn't so focused on his own agenda. So many missed opportunities because he wasn't listening to Alex's answers and what Alex may have said and just shut up.
I plan for a cross with here is the stuff I think I need to get out.
And you get it out.
And I try to get to that. And sometimes you don't get to everything.
Correct.
Like sometimes it's like, here's an angle and this one is just crossed out. It's not going to get there.
Yep. And I also will basically say in my notepad, like, I will do my cross via bullet points. Like,
yep.
I
never script specific questions.
Yeah.
Because that is a recipe for I have just asked a stupid question.
Emily, is this real? Does it have medical training at all? It's for the coroner. It could be Bob the Builder.
I mean, like, hey, if I'm, I might be able to win an election. Probably not. I mean, you've met me. But, should I be able to be the coroner? It's like, time of death is...
So here's the thing. Why is the state or county even allowing him to put an estimated time of death on a death certificate?
I have no idea.
I think that's my bigger
This
point.
was the guy who's like, I didn't want to ask for a rectal thermometer because that would be embarrassing. Like,
well, I get that part, but then you can do a liver jab.
Well, he didn't have the stuff for a liver jab, it sounds like.
Why doesn't he have the stuff for the liver jab?
Well, because he's an idiot.
We're not going to call him an idiot. We're just going to say he was unprepared.
Being that, he knows he's showing up to a murder scene, right?
No, he got the call and said there's a body. Come get it. It has a bullet hole.
Okay, well, even if he just knows that he's like, hey, I'm showing up to a body, you bring the stuff for bodies, right?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
And that would include a pokey thingy to do the liver temp.
And I'm told Canada also has non-medical coroners. Every time I've seen expert evidence on something like that, it's been
Emily's killing me in the chat. Guys, Emily, I do the same thing to Emily. I jump into her chat when I know I can't stream. She knows that she always has an invite if she wants it. She doesn't have to. So don't worry. She's probably folding laundry, chilling with her family, drinking some cocktails, having some whiskey, hopefully laughing with Dr. B at some hilarious shenanigans. And the only reason I make the laundry comment is because every time she tells me she's distracted, she's always folding laundry or packing to go somewhere.
Well, because she's always going
Packing
somewhere.
to go somewhere.
I'm just like, well, she's always either going somewhere, coming back from somewhere, or packing to go somewhere.
I need to go somewhere.
I'm just like...
But you got to fly yesterday, and Alex Murdaugh took the stand.
The guy, yes. The guy literally could have done a better job at estimating time of death if he'd gone into the kitchen and got a meat thermometer and stuck it in. Like,
just imagine that testimony. Sir, how did you establish the temperature of the body? Well, I didn't have my thermometer. So I asked Mr. Murdoch if I might go into his house and borrow his meat thermometer. I figured, why not? The rest of SLED was all up there anyways, and they were hanging out. There was a bunch of attorneys who were there. So sure, they said, here's the thermometer we use for the turkey. Why don't you go on down there and check? I know that this might like sound insensitive, and I'm not trying to be that way, but this coroner literally said he estimated time of death by putting his hand in Paul's armpits.
I mean, it's not even that crazy. Like, if I was a medical examiner and for some reason you're at like somebody's house and there's no way to get any other thermometer, I might be like, do you guys have a medical, like, thermometer for taking temperatures? Great. We're going to stick a hole in. We're going to slide this thermometer in. We're going to wait 20 minutes. We're going to pull it out and we're going to get a temperature. It might not be the best, but it's certainly going to be better than I felt his armpits.
Yeah.
Like, come on. I am not a coroner or a medical examiner or anything, and I can solve this problem with,
you know what?
Like,
he probably has like, these things are probably such good thermometers that he was able to estimate that time of death within an hour.
Or you just get the rectal thermometer and you stick it up there because it's a murder investigation.
And like, it's at some point, sensitivity in the scene, you have to recognize it's a scene. You exclude people from the scene.
Yeah.
And you do the job.
It's not like, hey, Mr. Murdaugh, I want you to watch what I'm about to do to your kid. Like, that's not how you do that.
It's the same thing about, hey, would it be okay, Mr. Murdoch, if we voluntarily searched your house? No, you guys don't have to go off. You know what? We're going to make you more comfortable. We're going to remove our badge. We're going to remove. Oh, gosh. Thank you, Emily. Ask for bullet points. No. People in glass houses do not throw stones, Emily. No. Just because I got sidetracked on my bullet points. People in glass houses do not throw stones. But like, we're going to voluntarily ask to walk around the house, and don't worry, we'll take all of our credentials off. No gun, no nothing. So no one knows that we're SLED. We're not going to kick you out. Like, do your job.
Yeah, it's like, it's not even like they can say, hey, we thought that this was initially an accident, so we weren't doing the big investigation. It's like, you thought that two people accidentally shot themselves in the head and then the gun just accidentally vanished? Like, no, this was so obviously not. Oh.
A candy thermometer is bigger.
The goal isn't to find the biggest thermometer here.
No, Gail. Sorry. You guys have me rolling. The chief coroner of Alberta is 80 plus years old. How is that even suitable? Hey, we're not going to disparage people that are old, because I know a lot of people that are over their 80s and who have tons of brights, wits, and spunk. So, yeah. Why? Because chat's moving fast. There's chief coroner in Alberta. That's Alberta. That's Alberta. Let me do this. Back to the bullet points. Yeah, cross-examination, bullet points, hit your bullet points. If there's something that gets opened up in testimony, explore it a little bit, but recognize when you find yourself down a rabbit hole and get yourself away from it.
Yeah.
Stop.
And I always like to think of, what is my emergency plan? Because sometimes a cross-examination is going so badly that what you need is to score some points,
bail out,
and then bail.
Yep.
And it's like, here's my emergency exit.
Yep.
This is the goal. Like, this is the goal.
Yep. You save that. You have that last question, that last scope that you can get to.
Yeah.
And you just,
something where you can hit them, and then you just do that and bail.
Yep. Gab, Liz, I think Creighton alienated the jury. They're tired. 3 weeks over. He's acting like they're not smart enough to get to the point in the first 6 times. It's possible. Chehalis D, Law and Lumber in the South, we are taught if you lie, you steal. If you'll steal, you'll kill. Sure, that was for the jury. I've heard it all my life. Not saying it's accurate. It's the mindset. That's a good observation, and one that I think is a fair interpretation of how the jury might be seeing things differently than we are. Nanner, AM used testimony of others for a lot of his answers. So did every other witness, which is another reason why the rule excluding witnesses, however, the party is allowed to be in their period. But this court is the weirdest thing I think I've watched. Zachary's mama, thank you. So with all these improper questions, why aren't his lawyers objecting? I don't know. It's leading, it's compound, it's not about the murders. They've tried the it's not about the murders. That hasn't been working. However, what I will say is there's a lot of other objections that are very good. There's a whole book of them, and it's called The Rules of Evidence. And there's various exceptions to the different rules, but there's objections that need to be made timely, such as compound, leading, hearsay, hearsay within hearsay, just argumentative. Throw one of them out there. Yeah. Thank you, Zachary. That was Zachary's mama. Gab Liz, I didn't think he explicitly said he checked before 911. That's a fair interpretation. I think it was a stretch. And if the jury is already viewing it as being a little bit dishonest, I think it can come across that way. Danielle, I already read that one. Thank you, Danielle. Sirius 28516, thank you. Don't understand. They have no cell service at the kennels, but he's all over. Maggie, Paul, truck doesn't lose signal. Totally called from the truck. That's a fair view of the evidence. Megan,
this one is so tough because so much of the evidence can be interpreted in so many different ways, and you could get the jury going, we find this is what happened, and some other jury that you could theoretically impanel might be like, but that's not what happened. And yeah.
I don't like you very much, Emily. That's a lie. I don't do this. I don't do this in your chat.
I do
this in your chat.
I do.
Ian does.
Oh.
So, people are saying Putin and Griffin are just lazy. I don't know. And the other thing is when they have objected, they've made the wrong objections.
Yeah, that's funny. Shades of Depth trial, where you see
where Judge Ascarati goes
it's like objection leading no, objection foundation yes,
or she would go overruled as to leading.
yeah,
Like with that big, like, you want to try again because you can. It's right there. Take the bait. Yeah, I don't understand. And a lot of people make remarks about the judge. At some point in time, it's not the judge. You got to get up. You got to make the objection. Like, just.
Well, and the thing is the appeals court, if you're like, hey, I forgot to object, they're going to be like, oh, right. No. Unless it's so bad that you get to ineffective assistance of counsel and it's not there. Like, I don't think that argument is going to fly. I have won some ineffective assistance of counsel things, and they tend to be like, defense counsel didn't ask a single question through the entire trial.
Well, it's not the. Here's the thing. Right now, based on today's cross-examination by Creighton Waters, the appellate record is effed. You had so many compound questions come in without objection. You had so many statements that were being made that were improperly argumentative.
But the thing is
no objections were made.
Yep. And for appeal, all it comes down to is that might have been a tactical choice.
Yep.
It is a potentially reasonable tactical choice not to object to it. Therefore, not ineffective assistance of counsel.
And with regard to a compound question, the compound question is 3 separate questions. You were at the kennels, went and showered, and then left in the car, and you say yes. The jury is allowed to interpret your yes as being to any or all of those questions, and now you can't argue it on appeal because you didn't make the objection.
Yep. And then what happened is a common lawyer question for a reason. Someone is saying, Runkle looks drunk. He looks very chill. I'm not drunk. I just had a really good day and I'm tired.
He's happy.
Yeah, I'm happy. When do you see that?
I saw a video of him holding a very large firearm against his shoulder that did some damage to his shoulder.
Shoulder is fine. Shoulder is good.
Just made him tired. Megan Cushinderfer? Sorry, not trying to beat a dead horse. Just want to understand, why do these charges not contemplate a scenario where he had help? Couldn't that be viewed as implied malice under South Carolina murder statute? Implied malice is essentially an action that the action itself is so egregious that the intent is inferred. At least that's how I read it. But this is different. It actually has to be the action itself. You are being charged for not just the mental state in committing the action, but the action. You have to actually make the action. Pull the trigger. Shoot the gun that kills the person. That's the action you're charged with. So no, if he had help, the state still has to prove that he was the one that pulled the trigger. And the problem is, if he had help, the second you add a second person into the equation, it becomes a reasonable interpretation. It becomes a reasonable interpretation that it becomes a reasonable interpretation that the second person was the one that shot. So that's why it keeps kind of getting repeated. But that's not a bad question. I'm glad that you asked for that, because I'm happy to do that. Diana B, the Elven one has arrived. He did quite some time ago. Here for years. Thank you. If your client on the stand is about to say something you know will hurt them, can you jump up and tell them to stop? No. But you can make a bullshit objection. You can make a completely bullshit objection that at least slows your client down. Well, in theory, slows your client down enough that they're going, maybe I should think about the answer I was about to give.
You can't make one that's completely bullshit, but you can make one that's weak.
You technically, ethically cannot make a bullshit objection.
Yeah, but weak is a different thing.
Like, does the bullshit objection happen all the time?
Yeah.
That's really the only recourse. Once they're up there, they're up there. You can no longer save them or protect them.
And I actually tell clients, do not look to me to save you.
It looks
because
terrible.
It looks so bad when they get hit with a tough question and they're like, and they give that like help look to their defense lawyer. You're like, fuck.
There's one way that gets worse. If the prosecutor sees you do it and the prosecutor over exaggerates and looks over his shoulder at defense counsel's table and then looks back at you, and I'm saying, I'm sorry, did you need to talk to your attorney about something? And the jury sees all of that.
I caught a witness doing that with the prosecutor at one point, and my response was, don't look at him. He can't save you. And it was, the judge was like, sort of like, okay.
Well, this is what's funny about trial. And this is one of the reasons I'm critical about Creighton Waters. Trial itself is enough theater. You don't need to add to it.
Yeah.
You don't have to get your gotcha moments. Trial in and of itself will give you those moments naturally. You just have to pay attention and do your job. So that's one of my comments. Kimberly, no, thank you very much. I think Alex a mess, but I see no motive, and the state has not proven the case, but he'll be in jail forever. Oh, anyways, cheers.
That's kind of the weird thing on this one is it's like you've already got him in jail forever. So they really want him on the murder. Hollister 74. What have I learned from this trial? Rob knows trees and wood. That's the wrong way to phrase it. What, if anything, have you learned from this trial?
I don't say it that way. C minor OP 67. Maggie's phone steps are different because his wasn't with him. At the kennels after kill, takes her phone to the car, gets his from the house, wanted to create fake text exchange between them, realized it'd be traced, so tosses it. That is a possibility. That's a possibility. Tell me they've proven that beyond a reasonable doubt.
And that's a tough sell.
That is a very hard argument to sell as being proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Melanie Search, thank you. In closing, can Creighton ask for a guilty verdict on just one of the indictments, suggesting he had hired help but pulled the trigger on only one? I think that automatically infers reasonable doubt.
Yeah, because at the at that point, you're basically like,
You're admitting.
please throw out my entire theory of the case thus far.
Yep.
And find something new at the last minute. Like, that's just basically, it's clear you don't know what's going on.
Yeah. So I that's an interesting possibility. I've heard people argue that or ask for that because they want the compromise.
And the thing is, the jury could do that on their own.
I could see that being kicked. A jury verdict saying one guilty for one of them, but not the other.
That would be funny, wouldn't it?
I see that being unfindable without reasonable doubt for both.
They could potentially find that they'd found proof beyond a reasonable doubt on one and not the other.
For Maggie, not Paul.
That would be the one I'd lean towards.
Because he's talking about sympathy for Paul.
Yep.
I see that just getting.
The appeal writes itself, but it would be funny to watch if they had to run that one.
Get tired?
A little bit, but also I'm running out of battery, so I'm just like,
Crud. Sorry.
No worries. I will stick around because I'm having fun.
Okay. Samantha Sinus, yeah, I like this. This is cool. This is so much easier to do than on like a screen where you like across the interwebs.
It really is.
Samantha Sinus, Runkle, so cool. You're only a few hours away. Welcome to Texas, Texas. Plus Rob plus Ian equals awesome. I will say it has proven to be quite awesome so far.
I actually have quite liked Texas.
Me too.
I did not necessarily think. I thought I'd have fun, but I thought I didn't know if I would like Texas exactly, or if I would just like the fun things I'm going to do in Texas.
Yeah,
but I've liked Texas. The people are super friendly and
really
super
nice.
I walk into a store to get something and, they're like, oh, is there anything I can do to help you? And you're like, oh, no. And people are super friendly and cheerful. It's
yeah. And mind you that this is a Canadian saying that Texas is full of friendly people.
Yeah.
So,
well, Canada is polite, but not necessarily friendly, if that makes sense. So an interesting thing about Walmart with Canada, so you know how Walmart has the greeters often who are like, hey, welcome to Walmart. Can I help you?
Yep.
So when Walmart came to Canada, they tried out the whole greeter model of, hey, can I? And what they found is that this was wildly unsuccessful because when people walk into a store and there's some guy right there going, hey, welcome to Walmart. Can I help you? People would turn around and leave because it's kind of off-putting. Now, I should note the degree to which this is off-putting is that loss prevention officers are trained to come up to ask you if there's anything they can do to help you as a way to get you to leave the store if they think you might steal something. So, that whole thought Walmart had to change their policies for Canada because Canadians have a different take on that kind of thing. So, it's just like, nope, you can't, it's kind of, it was kind of insulting or off-putting or weird when they're like, hey, welcome to Walmart. So they had to sometimes you'll see a greeter at the Canadian Walmart and they just stand there and maybe nod at you as you walk past.
Yeah. Okay. So this one, now that I'm a gun expert, Helen McGuire, I've seen this comment pop up at various locations throughout the interwebs today. Hey, Rob, haven't heard too many comments about the feasibility of Alex Murdaugh doing the shooting from the golf cart. Had both guns with him at the time, and he took guns away with him in the cart.
A cart is an excellent shooting platform.
It's a shooting platform, but if that thing's in motion?
In motion would be hard, but if he stops the cart, that's easy.
If he stops it. So this doesn't make sense really quick. Every single shot was taken while in motion.
That's tough at the best of times.
So first shot was Paul inside the feed room. Second shot was different proximity, different angle outside the feed room. Maggie was shot.
It doesn't necessarily mean that the shots were taken in motion.
Here we go. Maggie was shot. So first one was stray up high. Then you have casings that go here, 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 circling around the body with the final one going back in the head.
still doesn't tell you a whole lot. Because I don't know that you get to, how far away are they?
20 feet.
The casing's 20 feet away?
No, casings are like 5 or 6.
Yeah. That can be just brass ejection, I think. The brass doesn't land in the same place necessarily.
Not necessarily, but.
And I mean, something like just a tilt, you get a much different brass trajectory.
Yeah. You know what would have been cool? If Sled had tested the golf cart.
Yeah.
That would have given us some answers to this question.
Hey, was there any gunshot residue on that golf cart? Wouldn't that be a real interesting question right now?
Not really. It's a hunting lodge. There's gunshot residue all over the damn place.
Yeah.
Is there any blood in the golf cart?
Blood in the golf cart would have been fascinating, especially because golf carts have all sorts of really difficult to clean little crevices and nooks that,
I mean,
like if you had blood on your shoes and you stepped on the golf cart and then you could easily forget to hose off the golf cart. So
no tire marks and grass around anything else, like nothing in the golf cart. I think it's, I get that people are trying to explain how it could have happened. It just, if it's a hypothetical that we're thinking of, and if it's the question of why hasn't
him taking a
anyone made
knee to
this
take
comment?
the shot makes more sense.
Dude, with the location, you had to hear the expert. With the location of the shots, he would have had to get up, reposition, kneel, get up, reposition, kneel, for shooting Maggie, who is actively running away from the shots.
Yeah, no, that's something you do standing.
I have thought about that, and the chat gets so mad at me because they don't think that I have thought about any of this stuff. they all want your opinion on all of it. I'm like, trust me, I will tell him this and he will agree with me for most of this stuff.
Somebody was asking, how fast can you shoot 2 guns consecutively? Really depends on how they're staged.
Yep.
Because if you have the 2 guns, like one is in your hands and the other is staged on a table. Pop.
Yeah.
Pop. Like, it's not going to be super hard if you're practiced. And he is, from all accounts.
Correct.
So,
pump action Benelli, 2 rounds. One was buck, one was buck, one was bird. Then 300 blackout, 7 rounds, while moving, circling around.
still sounds to me like 2 people.
It's weird, right? It's weird.
I'm just thinking, why would you change guns?
It's because the Benelli has, I think, a 5 or 6.
But if you fired
round
2,
capacity, that's what if you fired 2, you have 3 or 4 left.
And the thing is, if you're a shotgun hunter, you've probably got the Benelli, you've got it loaded, you've got a pocket full of shells. And so when you run out, you're loading.
So other problem about this one, so people are saying, and you can kneel that fast. You know what they didn't find? Any knee impressions. You know what makes really deep impressions in soil? Knees. Like if you go down on your knee and you kneel like that.
It depends. Is there grass?
There was dirt in that area, I think, and some grass.
Because the grass would stop it.
They found footprints around Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on exactly where the shots are from and so forth.
People are asking if the gun would jam. Tell me the likelihood of a Benelli jamming.
Not much. Benellis are not known for being a jammy gun.
Yeah.
Benellis are, in fact, known for being one of the kinds of guns you might take to a competition because they are not jammy.
Yeah. If it was an AR, especially custom built, that can get jammy.
I mean, usually if you got a custom build, they will have tested it to make sure it runs real smooth.
Yeah, because he paid $9,000 for his.
Yeah, that would have been somebody who ran some ammo through it to be like, this is just perfect.
Yeah.
And unless it was brand new, I mean, they shoot their guns, right? If it was jamming and you spent $9,000 for it, you're sending it back for retuning. Or if you have his kind of money, you send it to someone else to fix the first guy's problem.
You know what we should do tomorrow? I should steal a megaphone while we're at the Gundies.
That would be hilarious.
And I will give this hypothetical to the, how many are there? Like 100 and something people?
Yeah, lots of whom are
people?
like serious
shooters,
like far more serious shooters than I am.
Like, and we'll say, who's got a Benelli 12 gauge? And there'll probably be like 10 hands that pop up. All right, who's got a 300 blackout on him? 50 hands pop up.
Yeah, who's got one on them right now?
And just say, we're going to set this hypothetical, set it up on the range, and just have them run it.
Like, that sounds like a 3-gun stage where you've got to go, like, start with the shotgun, engage target, do a gun switch, but they do that in 3-gun to make it more challenging.
Yeah.
It's not something you do to make it easier on yourself. And like the 300 Blackout, I'm guessing he's running a 30-round mag. So why would he switch?
The theory that people are having here is that he would switch because it's this theory. Well, let's stop moving, chat. It's this theory. Why use 2 guns? To throw folks off and make people think it was 2 people.
But then everything is consistent. It's like, why is there, why did we find somebody else's ID at the scene? Well, clearly he planted that to make it look like some other guy was there. Why were some other person's fingerprints there? Well, he moved that to, like, at some point you got to say this just doesn't make sense.
Here's the thing. I think people are very. I'm not gonna ever underestimate somebody. I will say that there are professional hitmen who could not pull off all of these things.
Yeah.
With like a week of prep.
Well, keep in mind, your average professional hitman is a meth user who's just got a low will or a high willingness to do things.
So I get that people are saying he staged this, he did this, he has all of these things. There's all of the he set up all of this. This would have people made the comment that he would have been the most unlucky person in the world to walk upon this, and with all the facts as they are laid against him. I would also say that if he pulled this off in the timeline, he would have to be the luckiest person in the world.
Sounds like it. And also, where were these guns stored?
So apparently they don't know. These guns, we don't have them.
Were they at the scene though?
We don't know.
Because unless they were pre-staged at the scene, let's say you're going out to kill your wife and kid.
The only testimony we have is from Alex on that day. No, Kennel Dude, the dog whisperer. He said that when he was there earlier that morning, there were no guns down there that he saw.
Okay.
But there was a lot of time between when he left and when Maggie and Paul got there. But in either event, there were guns all over this property. That was what was said.
Right. But if they're not both there, then you're envisioning this guy taking 2 guns out to the scene, which is a pain in the butt.
It would be plausible. It would be plausible that they would both be there. You could reach that conclusion with the evidence the state has provided.
Yeah, it just seems odd. A lot of this case seems weird, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go through it at some point in detail just because I'm like, why 2 guns? And how 2 guns? Like, how does this work in actual practice?
It's the rubber meets the road thing. It's, you know what? It's the same situation that we talk about with the court. Court looks really cool on TV. If you go into court trying to do what you see on TV, it doesn't work that way.
Well, and the other thing is you actually have to learn the skill of gun switching. So let's say you're doing 3-gun and you will actually have to switch and transition between guns at different parts in the stage. If you have a gun failure that prevents you from completing the rest of a part of the stage, it is actually a skill to be like, I need to stop futzing with this and switch to the other gun. So the notion of maybe he had a failure that caused him to switch, most people, if you've got some training on guns and you have some idea of how to unjam them,
fix the failure.
They're going to fix the failure. He's going to be doing a tap rack bang. He's going to, he's going to work on that. He's not going to be like, grab the shotgun. So, I mean, the theory that maybe makes sense is, if they, like, Paul and Mom are walking around and they've got a gun.
People are speculating that Paul might have had his,
and that he shoots Paul
with
and then his gun
then uses his.
But still, why wouldn't you just keep using the gun that's already in your hands? Especially when you've got somebody running away. Now you're trying to run up, like switch guns, and you don't even know if that one, like maybe it's not loaded. Maybe it's whatever. Like you just...
Yeah. I don't know. I get people are saying they own a shooting range. I understand these things. I do. I just, like I said, if I ask this question tomorrow of a ton of shooters, I think they're probably going to come down along the lines of a lot of what Ian's saying right here. So it's kind of curious.
I'm just trying to map it out like this.
I've been trying.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like
I've been trying.
I'm thinking, like, just playing with ideas. Paul shoots Maggie. He shoots Paul in response. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Why does that happen?
The theory that I was working with was, he shoots Paul. Paul's in the feed room. Here's what I'm working with.
Yeah.
He shoots Paul. Paul's in the feed room. The first shot is a chest/shoulders. So, and it's bird shot. So the first shot, he pretends it's an accidental discharge. Paul is staggering, walking out of the feed room in that moment, not really concerned because it's his dad holding the gun. Paul walks out of the feed room, looks at his dad, and says, and dad's sitting there saying, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It was a complete accidental discharge, blah, blah, blah." Feigns going to put the shotgun down. As he does that, has the shotgun at the angle that you would need for that kill shot, which is the upward shot. Gets that. At the point in time that he makes that first shot, Maggie hears the first shot, hears the yells, and says, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Maggie starts coming around the corner, coming in closer to the location. So with that gun down, 300 blackout is right around the back, or Paul has it on him, and then the rest of it happens.
I mean, that's not how...
Do you do you realize how perfectly timed
and how bizarre that is? Because, like, let's say I'm Alex and I want to kill both of these two people. I go up and I take a shot at Paul. Paul's probably pretty incapacitated at this point. You know, he's probably not feeling the greatest. And if I want to play this off as an accidental discharge, I call Maggie in.
Well, that slaughters my argument. First shot was buckshot. Second shot was bird shot. I don't know that I would have loaded the shots that way if I was trying to feign an accidental discharge.
I mean, I have to assume somebody was just being sloppy in their loading, because you don't, even when people, like, that's not a usual way of loading a shotgun.
No.
I assume that's just like a box of mixed shells or something like that happens.
Possibly.
But, like, let's say you take your first shot. It hits Paul, and you're like, oh my God, it was an accident, whatever else. At this point, if I'm thinking I want to kill both of them, I yell for Maggie, come here, and then when she shows up, shoot her and then shoot Paul again. Like, all with the same gun, problem solved. That makes a lot of sense. The whole thing of, like, lowering the shotgun is weird. Why would you ever do that?
You wouldn't, because you would lose. The only reason why I thought about that was it would be the only way where he could get a bracing, because he could actually put the butt of the gun on the ground.
But you couldn't aim for shit.
I know. It's a complete...
The other thing that occurs
luck.
Is that a shot that looks like it's coming from upwards could equally possibly be obtained by somebody who's lying on the ground getting shot from above.
No, they disproved that, because
they disproved that.
Yeah. So the shot was upwards and in there. The other thing I made.
How do they get the upwards and not downwards?
Because where the brain matter was.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That was my other point. The shot that's the shot that's the upward shot. I was trying to explain to people how messy that shot would have been.
Yeah.
You had an angle like that. It's not hitting someone that far away. It was an angle like that, 2 feet away from the muzzle.
Well, here's the other thing that occurs to me is, how you get that angle?
No, that they disproved that too, because the first shot to the chest.
It's weird, right? Like, none of this makes any freaking sense.
And other people. So Lynette asked the question: if the guns were staged and he's a lone shooter, it's premeditated.
Maybe the first shot knocks him down, and then he tries to stage it with a second shot bracing it up to try to make it look like it's a suicide. That makes at least hits the plausibility test.
A lot of the theories that the state is
And
offering,
we're past 2 hours, so I can have that theory.
I know. And that's the problem I have with it. A lot of the theories that the state is postulating, the state is offering as a basis to convict him, don't meet the plausibility, much less the reasonable, much less beyond a reasonable doubt threshold.
I'm just
they have not put the guns in his hand, in my mind. They have not done it.
But even if you did that, why are you going to the other gun? It makes no sense to me whatsoever.
The pathologist says that Paul knows the shooter. None of that. The pathologist isn't qualified to make that assessment.
How would the pathologist know that?
No, the pathologist said that the arms were down. Creighton asked the question, what does that give you as far as what you can interpret or glean from that information? Well, there was no defensive wounds. The arms didn't come up. You know the explanations there could be for the arms being down, like it's being caught in surprise?
Yeah. Or somebody points a gun at you and you go, okay, shoot me. Right?
And I know people are going to argue this is where you get into the weeds with this. And this is the problem that I've been having in this particular case. Anytime I try to basically say that this theory or that this has some real holes in it, this theory has real holes in it. And you know, it doesn't really hold up when it's tested.
Yeah, it just
not to that beyond a reasonable doubt standard.
This bothers me. I am bothered.
I listened to all of this evidence as carefully as I could. I just don't. And the thing is, there might not be a single shooter in that jury box, or someone who would think that through.
Yep.
And that comes down to the defense putting on a competing expert,
or even Dick Poot making a decent argument.
He's been terrible in every expert. It's impossible. So,
I mean, what do you expect from a guy named Dick Poot?
I know that you're like a wise elf, but sometimes you act like a 4-year-old.
I know, but still, Dick Poot.
I know.
I'm sorry, but like they called there's an actual human being walking around calling himself that.
He didn't call himself that. That was the name they gave him that he didn't like.
Okay, well, he's still like people still call him that.
Poot Dick. Like I get it. It's bad.
It sounds like a very weird form of flatulence.
It's really bad. Ew! Yeah. How dare you put that in my mind?
And now it will never leave.
No. No.
It's gonna be the new what if any.
Terrible. So your explanation make it sound like no one could have made these shots. So what then? 2 shooters.
Yeah, 2 shooters or just we got no idea what happened. Is also a possibility. Like something happened, but what is it?
Yeah, that's the 2 shooters thing. It's that 2 shooters. This is easy.
Yeah.
Especially if 2 shooters, if they know both shooters, this is really easy.
How do they have the sequencing on the shots?
Paul is the first, chest and head. Then
How
Maggie
do they get
is the second.
Head, chest?
Chest first, head second. Chest first, then you have blood drops that drop straight down, so just a simple streak with no linear pattern, and then a couple with linear directional going this way. So he was shot in the chest first, drips down the fingers, is standing in the doorway, and then you have shoulder up through the skull, and then you have a stray shot that kind of hits the ceiling here, like as the gun is being like positioned or turned. And then you have what looks to be like a tracking shots, like so someone who's tracking boom, 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 boom around the back.
This sounds to me like 2 shooters. And what it sounds to me like is first guy takes a shot at Paul, realizes he's hit Paul, sees Paul, and drops down to take another shot from prone or from kneeling. Meanwhile, second shooter is chasing Mags, taking shots.
Has used that opportunity that Maggie is either running towards or with Paul, using the opportunity to begin shooting at Maggie.
Yeah. and doesn't hit initially, keeps firing, eventually connects. Done.
It's
Doesn't that make a lot more sense?
I just don't think the defense has done a good job at actually putting that in the mind of the jurors. They had the experts to do it too. I just think they left a lot of the table.
But just first shot, bang, readjust, take another
Angles steeper than that.
like take a no, you're getting right down. I just can't show it on the video, but you're wanting to get right down, brace on your knee, so you've got a really good stable platform.
For Maggie?
Take a really for Paul.
For Paul.
So the first shot, walking up, shoot. Second shot, drop down, and his arms aren't up because he's surprised.
You don't know the angle of the second shot.
Is it really close down?
Real steep.
Then maybe he drops to the ground.
Like he might have to be physically on the ground on his back.
Then maybe he's prone.
It's possible. That second shot though is like it's this.
That's tough.
This is how it hits like that.
Where's Paul standing? Is he by a window?
Paul's in the shed, and then he starts walking out of the shed, and it's in the door frame basically, and that's the shot. So the shot goes like this. The door frame is like right behind you. Shot goes like this, that way into the back of the shed.
So guy hits Paul. Guy moves. Guy ambushes Paul on the way out. Other person is chasing Mags. I don't like it. It's still not great, but it's still better than.
For Paul's second shot, that's pretty close.
I gotta watch that in some careful detail on the
Pretty
angle.
steep. I'm wrong on the angle. I didn't think I was wrong on the angle. It's steep enough that it hits the shoulder, goes into the head. It could be. He could be kneeling.
If he's kneeling from a close distance,
Shoulder head like that.
Yep.
It could be. It's possible.
he takes prone or he takes, takes a knee.
By guy, you mean, oh yeah, good one, Emily. By guy, you mean the 12-year-old internet troll. Just the internet trolls that were out there, random vigilantes.
Is that their theory? Is that a 12-year-old took the shot?
No, that was kind of, it was a combination of factors. So the 12-year-old comment was yesterday. No, not yesterday. Was it yesterday, chat, or the day before? It was the day before. It was the expert that kind of was saying that the height would have been, like a 12-year-old, like someone who's 5'2", because the person that did the engineer expert, said the trajectory of the shots were such that a person having it shouldered would have been 5'2" in height,
unless they're kneeling.
But then you have the tracking the shots different locations. But so the prosecutor gets up and says, so at some point in time, we just have a 12-year-old child that's holding a gun. I was like, whoa, buddy. There's a lot of people that are 5'2".
I actually looked at it, and it's almost 4% of the U.S. population in the sort of age range that commits murders of men. So I'm assuming men because more men committing murders. But that gets you to about 4%, which is not none.
Well, but then you've got Alex compounding it, talking about how the internet and the social media and these people were so bad, and I was convinced it had to be someone that did it from one of these people that was harassing Paul. And it was. I'm not saying it was one of the victims or any of the victims' families, which would have been the logical person to accuse.
I'm just gonna say the people who send me threats aren't the ones who worry me. The ones who worry me are the ones who don't send me threats.
That's true. Yeah, true.
Because I generally assume when somebody sends me a death threat, they're probably just all talk. Because if they meant it, they would just show up.
Guys, 135 degrees is pretty steep. That was the angle, 135.
Yeah, that's pretty steep. I'm just pulling up my phone just so I can look at that exactly.
Yeah. Gun awards in Uvalde. They are outside of Uvalde. They have been here for a long time prior to this. And they predate and have nothing to do with any of that tragedy. Nothing to do with any of that tragedy. So no, and it is for people who actually, the award that Ian is up for is Second Amendment advocacy, which is not about any of this stuff. So, but also Paul is hunched forward and his shoulder and head are closer. He isn't upright after the first shot. Good point. This is wild. This is wild. Yeah, 90 plus 45. So yeah, like I said, that's that.
Yeah. I'm just looking here.
But it's possible.
135 degrees.
Lisa, thank you. What if Paul is falling backward at a weird angle? If you grab the barrel before the second shot, that's a lot of what ifs. These are a lot of what ifs.
That's possible. He gets hit with the first shot, comes up, tries to grab the gun. But that would be a real close shot. They would have said it was that close.
Yeah, you would have seen it would have been even closer than what was acknowledged.
You would have seen,
yeah.
You get unburned powder and stuff that leaves a very distinctive kind of.
That was not there. Becca Daly, can he still be charged with conspiracy if acquitted? If acquitted? If found not guilty? I believe so. I just can't see how they would charge it. You know how much taxpayer money that's a waste of? That is a lot of taxpayer dollars. They have spent so much taxpayer money as it is. So, and people are saying they were stippling, but not powder bar. They were stippling, but not powder burns. Like so,
yeah,
3 feet, but not direct. Marin Dameron, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Trying to make sure I've got these others started. Brenda Paul Metier. AM is a big guy, so he could possibly kneel down, possibly do a 5'2" stance. We can acknowledge that. I think that then there's the question of the motion. Going back, oh my word. Okay. Is the state allowed the Matrix's theory? Marjorie, I don't know. It's possible. Amy Parker, thank you. Unless AM is middle-aged Rambo, no way to get off that second shot straight up on Paul from the ground, then juggling 2 guns. That's what we were kind of just discussing. Vera, thank you very much. My problem is he has no blood on him, and he's a liar. He has no blood on him, but I don't know where that problem leans you towards, because that problem leans me towards the not guilty camp, and that problem is leaning other people towards the guilty camp. It's how you view that evidence. Aaron Church, thank you. He said the killer thought about it a long time, had time to plan. He knew where they would be and knew how he could be tracked and seen, investigated. I understand all of those things. I still have a factual problem with all of those, all the layout and the shootings. Felicia Wright, because here's the thing: you cannot convict someone for actually doing a murder based on speculation, and that right there, the statement that he makes out of context with regard to something like that, without any additional evidence, and I mean evidence actually putting him in that position at that, in the gun in his hand. That for me is not enough. I don't think that rises to reality as well.
Just trying to think of how this happens.
It's fine. I have a lot of things I have to read through. Felicia Wright.
Makes sense.
They keep talking about the spread, and shotgun had to be 3 feet or less in away and inside the door. Benelli with a full choke only has 9-inch spread at 10 yards. 9-inch will fit into a 32 to 36-inch door. Interesting observation. Just Sarah, thank you, Ian. I've been thinking about the same about Poot. Can't believe he leaned into that name. It's weird. T-Mac, remember they said guns were left all over, including down at the kennels and hangar. Plus, challenge accepted. The vet and her Marine kid will try to recreate the different scenarios. No live fire. That's the only deal. No live fire. No rounds. No actual firearms. Tiny Dragon, not sure if any number of shooters makes sense. It does, a certain number. B. Hartling, Devil's Advocate. Maggie shoots Paul over the civil suit. Inexperienced with guns, a bit shorter than Paul. Alex goes back, kills Maggie in revenge. That sounds like a Grisham novel. Haley hopes my 20-year-old nephew died 2 out of 2 from accidental discharge. I'm very sorry about that. Those are horrible. It off of his desk, hit the floor.
Ooh.
And the discharge hit him directly in his left temple. Bullets can do some unexplainable stuff sometimes.
Great reason not to keep them loaded if it's unless you're actually going to use it.
Haley, I'm very sorry for your loss. It's a very sad experience and a very sad lesson to learn. What about cowboy action shooting? That's some training. Jamie Walker, what do you think about the tool markings? Is it a legit way to identify which weapon fired a piece of ammo? Hell no.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Hell no. In my opinion, that needs to just be gone. That debate needs to be settled, and that needs to be kicked out. Especially with how accurate the manufacturer, how consistent and exact in replicability manufacturers have gotten with CNC technology. No way. I'm sorry, but it looks kind of like this thing. Not anymore. We did away with that hair analysis. We did away with that with fiber analysis. It is time that tool mark analysis for firearms meets the same end as the hair analysis that convicted so many people wrongfully that were later acquitted 30, 40, 20 years after their wrongful conviction because they were charged and found guilty because a hair looks similar to one that they found on the scene.
Yeah.
I've
And
done
bite mark analysis.
too much research into this stuff. And again, I am very firmly in the camp that it is better to let 100 guilty people go free than to put one innocent behind bars, or to take the life of one innocent. Jesse St. John, Rob, I know it's off topic, but did you hear about Marilyn Manson thing today? I know you and Spidey and Eric did some stuff on it. Ashley Morgan Smith line came out and gave a declaration indicating that she was coerced into completely fabricating the story that formed the basis of her lawsuit against Marilyn Manson.
First of all, she could be in a world of shit.
She knows this.
Second of all, everyone around her could be in a world of shit.
Including Evan Rachel Wood, who's the other Marilyn Manson accuser,
Yep.
who is the one that she is saying coerced her into doing this. Now, I don't know that her credibility is that great, but I will say that
Well, I will say that blows up the case either way.
yeah, kind of. All right. Cerebellum Ian, different with birdshot, buckshot, and implications. Any significance
I don't know.
for the use of bird versus buck on Paul versus Maggie or not? Thanks.
See, sometimes people get the notion that they're going to load a shotgun with like bird and then buck, and under the assumption that like they'll shoot a burglar first with the bird shot as a warning, and then the buck shot to say they really mean it. But it was the wrong way around.
So reverse. This is hunting lodge. This is not killing lodge. Hunting lodge.
Right.
In a hunting lodge, it's usually the buck, the tighter spread, and then the second shot is the wider spread because you've missed your shot.
But you wouldn't use buckshot
I know.
on a bird.
I know. You just use
So,
a tighter
You just use the appropriate.
weight.
Yeah. So that to me reads like shitty storage, like ammunition getting commingled.
And if you saw the house, there were boxes with just shells
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So it's possible. Sarah Bell was asking the difference between both. Sarah Bell was asking what the difference is. The difference essentially is the weight and the size of the pellet and the number that you can fit into a shell. That's the difference.
Yeah. But birdshot uses smaller pellets.
Spread. Whoosh.
Well, and the other thing is, think of buckshot with big pellets. Think of that hitting like a small grouse.
No more grouse.
Suddenly grouse is poof. You want little tiny pellets that will still take out the grouse, but not turn the grouse into winged burger.
Ew. The concept of grouse Swiss cheese just doesn't sound good.
Well, especially when the grouse is, if the grouse is in air
suddenly it's just like hamburger raining down on a particular area.
Ugh, we don't need. Oh, poor grouse. Not really, because they just. Yeah, they hunt them for a reason. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna start scrolling through these pretty quickly. If I did miss it, I'm deeply sorry. I'm gonna try to hit the ones that have a lot of questions. And while a question is being discussed, I'm gonna try and pull up the other ones. Like I said, we've been going for 4 hours. I know that I'm good with these long streams, and I knew that this would be a long one with Ian present in the same room. But we do have to wake up tomorrow at some point because we have to go and do fun stuff.
And that point is early.
It is pretty early, yeah. So let's see if I can find a good question. How could strangers sneak up on Paul and Maggie without dogs alerting them? I think that's a question that's been asked. I don't know that that's one that is really unique to this particular. Well, we've discussed that one quite at length. It's a question that's out there for the jury to understand. He thought it would be the perfect crime. It makes sense that his DNA and footprints to be everywhere. Their DNA on him. He's obviously not short on hubris. I just still want to know the truth. I'm sorry. I don't know that we are ever going to get that in this case. So they have stippling. I highly doubt the golf cart. That's another point. The golf cart actually puts the shooter a little bit further away. Laura Liani, Paul first, Maggie, then runs to Paul, says accident, that then shoots Maggie. That's a possibility. Aaron Church, possibly left the phone and went to the kennel to do them bad. That's possible, Aaron. You guys are rattling off a lot of possibilities. I just don't know that it once been proven. Paul always had a gun with him. That was a comment that Ian made. It's possible that day that he did. Where are you two broadcasting? From Days in Texas. So Uvalde, Texas. That's where we are. Is in most USA small towns, the coroner is not a medical professional. It's literally an elected official. That is wild to me. Will they charge the family member that handed him the contraband since he got arrested for that today? Ian and I were discussing that. It depends. If it is a physical book, I can see Ian's point. If it was something that was actually inside of the book, like a substance.
Well, especially because apparently from the reports I've seen, she handed it to counsel and then counsel handed it to him. So if it's a book, I don't see how you get to convict her. She hands it to the lawyer. She's got a defense of, I was giving it to the lawyer. The lawyer would know if he can give it to her or to him or not. So, it's the lawyer's fault.
Yeah. Beats Kill Bean. It feels like Jim and Pooter bitter. Alex testified against their advice, and when it's time to object, they're like, "You're on your own, Bo." Nope.
You don't do that.
Nope. I can almost guarantee you that is not the case.
Yeah.
That is.
Your client makes the stupid decision to testify. You still fight the heck out of it.
Because the alternate is that you face possible bar consequences.
Yep.
And it gets pretty rough. Okay. I'm going to try to get rapid fire here because rapid fire is still not going to get me anywhere near done. I am going to turn super chats off. This is there. You guys don't listen because when I don't turn super chats off, you still send them, and I appreciate every single one. I would never complain about it because you have some great questions and commentary, and it does great to keep the channel growing. I just don't ever want to shortchange you guys. I really don't. I try my very best not to do that. And sometimes I don't meet that standard. Sometimes I do. Thank you, Robin Runkle. Thank you. Nick Kloss made a video today. It's Cross about Waters chasing his Matlock moment, and he kept trying. All he got was a popcorn fart. Thank you, Nick Kloss. Popcorn fart. Why did that make me laugh? Because I'm juvenile.
Because you're thinking of Dick Poots.
Oh! Jay, watch reenactment video of Bob crew. Paul is shooter backing away as Paul came forward after the first shot, tripped on door threshold, fell backward on his back, fired second shot. That's a lucky ass second shot, if that is actually what happened. Lucky second shot.
Yeah,
that is a if you are falling.
Well, I mean, let's say he lands, hits his butt,
and
then he pulls up and shoots.
Then rights the shotgun. That's more plausible. But that's a possibility. Okay. Do defense attorneys defend people they know are guilty? Absolutely.
Yep.
Everyone is entitled to a defense. And the state is required to meet their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That is regardless of who the person is. You cannot make law based on the worst of us.
The prosecution is not supposed to just get lucky in this. And if defense counsel can't defend people who, like, if somebody comes in and is like, yeah, I did it, but the prosecution doesn't have the evidence, then the prosecution just got lucky about charging the person, right? They weren't good. They just charged some person and got lucky. No, you got to be good. You can't just be lucky. Bring the case. It's always the burden is on the prosecution. Because if they start playing the we got lucky game, there's going to be a whole lot of times when they aren't lucky. And how much time do you want to spend in jail for something you didn't do because they're playing, they're gambling?
Yep. Our thoughts on him having a badge and installing police lights in his law firm's issued SUV. I don't know if you had heard that fact yet.
That's weird.
Yeah, he had police blues that were installed by the same person who installs the sheriff's blues.
That's weird.
Yep, and he had a little badge, solicitor badge in the dash.
That's real weird.
Yep.
That makes me wonder what else he was getting up to.
Solicitors in high school in South Carolina only need a high school diploma, says Marianne Froning. Thank you, Marianne. Christina H. I love seeing Runkle and Rob in the same room. Me too. It's fun. Thank you, Nancy. And Nancy, again, thank you. Joining late, Murdoch got arrested this evening for a misdemeanor. We saw that. We talked about it briefly. Trisha Lynn, thank you. Creighton Waters was as hard-headed as Bubba with a chicken today, except it seems they may have been easier to get a chicken away from Bubba than a point from Creighton Waters. Trisha, that's pretty funny. Cat in the chat. Big trial lawyer ran for Houston mayor in 2019, parked World War II tank in front of his house, $13 million, in the wealthiest neighborhood here. Neighbors were not pleased. I wouldn't be either.
Yep.
For crime's sake, Ian, it is warmed up to negative 21 tonight, but bet you wish you were home.
Nope.
Did you two receive your novels?
Yes, I did. I haven't read it yet.
Yes, I did, for crime's sake. That is awesome that you wrote that. For crime's sake, wrote and sent Ian and I a novel.
And I got to read it.
It's so cool.
Also, I got to show you guys this thing I've got.
What's
the
the thing?
souvenir. This is a flattened bullet.
Oh, that's cool.
This is from me. There was a body armor display, and you could shoot body armor. It was quite effective.
You were shooting body armor?
Yeah.
That's fun.
So
What just happened? It was back. Anyway,
we lost the light.
That's fine. Only thing prosecution has proven is a pathological liar screaming at the phone today, saying, "Okay, we get it. He's a liar. Now prove murder." I think a lot of people are there.
Clearly, all people who lie ever are murderers.
Alex not mentioning Maggie. He thought Paul was a target due to retaliation. Maggie in the wrong place, wrong time. Rose Tyler. Thank you. Kimmy Davis, given how much he got away with for all these years, lying and stealing and drugs, I almost believe he did plan this crime. No one knew him. Cheers. Have a great weekend. Robin Ian. Thank you, Kimmy. Katie Bailey, Curtis Waters said 4 hours max remaining for Cross and took 8. He took about 4 or 5. He took 5. But grills Alex Murdaugh on not being able to account for 4 minutes. Curtis Waters' style felt gross today. You're allowed to have that conclusion. I don't think that was a wrong assessment. Lisa, thank you. Our coroner in Helena, Montana is also the sheriff and is elected. No medical experience. Why does it scare me? Arthur Morgan, the only thing prosecution has proven is a pathological liar. Screaming at the phone today, saying, "Okay, we got that part." Did I double star some of these? I think I did. Cammy, thank you. Whether he did this or not, I don't think he had the state has proven anything other than he's lying liar that lies. That's fair. Brendan Johnston, Waters droned on way too long. Then he started acting like he had an axe to grind with his own against Alex Murdaugh. How do you think the jury perceived it? I don't know. I wasn't in there, and
you can never really, like, juries are, if you can't see the jury, how do you know?
Yep. The shotgun may be the gun. It may be the gun. I have my doubts on that. I get it, but the only thing they have there is like tool mark maybe, and the tool mark guy didn't even say like is. So And the other thing is when you put in all of the guns and you say that this one of the many guns that we put in there might be the gun, but we're not sure. And then you also put in a tarp that was a demonstrative tarp. They went out to Kmart and bought a freaking tarp that's demonstrative. I have a problem with that. Stacy, Walpole, you guys are a great place to really explore the gun questions with guns and people who play. Ask those questions tomorrow. Get opinions. Great video. I might do that. Beverly VT, I just don't understand why you would have help and use your family's firearms. Why wouldn't you require they use their own? They might require that they use the family firearms to protect themselves from being convicted if they use their own. That might be why. Jamie Walker, what do you think about the tool markings? Is a legit way to identify? Nope.
No,
it's not. It really isn't. Sunshine, Harpootlian equals Armenian from Harput, Turkey. Interesting. Jolly Roger, even Brooks had more objections than these people. He did.
I mean, he objected to everything. Grounds.
To Girl Down Under. A, paranoia, RE text from Paul to Alec. Maggie saw the pills in the bag. He takes them out. B, being so hated equals perfect framing target. Oh. Machiavellian cheese. I'm 5'2" and 37. Just saying, maybe Alex Murdaugh brought the guns down the cart and left. It's possible. Lindsay, I've been informed you were wondering who brought the wood tie in the bit of stream. I missed it last night. It was me. Lindsay, I love this thing. It's with me here. If I get the chance to wear a tie tomorrow, I'm going to wear it. It's my new, it's one of my new favorite ties. And it will not go back to, it's not going to Canada. That tie's not allowed in Canada. Cat had I got that one before. Kathy, thank you very much for the super chat. Sarah Sutton, thank you. They haven't convinced me he's 100% guilty. I think there's other people there too. Vera, thank you. For the more he cries, he doesn't convince me. That's fair. For the kids, for a palate cleanser, when will Rob schedule next member stream to read books by the fireside? I have a book with me now. I don't know if I should read it now. That's going to be a members only book. I will show Ian the title of the book and
Oh God.
because did I bring it? Yes.
So, what do you do if you get extra scrutiny going through security?
I tell them that it's a book.
Uh-huh.
Yep. 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 Here is I'll read the foreword. The foreword to the book. In this tale, you'll realize a very important fact. It doesn't matter how big or small, how long or how compact. The most important thing of all is being just big enough, and being a gent is number one before you should be rough.
God.
That was a book that someone decided was funny to send me, which goes
funny to send you goes, yes.
Does. For the kids sent it to me. Oh, I mean, Emily got one that was like Linda's tight little clam needs loosening. It was bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was bad.
I have not seen this book, but I've heard of it.
Brenda's beaver needs barber. That was a bad one too. Kristen, please don't remind me how much my tax money is wasted on this. Yeah, it's a lot.
All the tax
Carol
money.
Funk, shooter fell on his back first shot, and Paul was coming forward, and the shooter took the second shot from his back. We just talked about that possibility. Jane Brown, shot from the hip or waist high. And it's tough. Nicole Christine, the amount of different theories and possibilities is the definition of reasonable doubt. My gut says AM was involved, but the state hasn't proven guilt. It's kind of where I am too, Nicole. Jen B, thank you. The simple fact that so many theories could possible and the prosecution hasn't proved a single one, as it makes this a tough to conviction to get. Yep, thank you. Nick Loss, good morning. Good morning to you, sir. Ali Jimenez, AC plans to stage Paul's suicide with one shot and stage gun. AC falls back at the first shot, and Mag comes running and sees the fatal blow. Original plan, Mag is AC, is Alex alibi, and they run to Paul at the same time. It's a theory. I don't know that. I don't know they've proven that. Danny M. High from Edmonton area. I feel he's responsible somehow. Couldn't find him guilty though. Tired of Creighton. Feel like I keep tuning him out. It's possible. Tammy, thank you also for that kind of money. He may or may not have been buying the generic brand pain meds to consume and or sell on the streets. They go for $1 per milligram. He was spending $50,000 a week based on his testimony. Tammy Baines, My husband is a tool maker and copious reloader. He says gun tool mark identification is junk.
Yes.
It is. It is. Laura Blair, Rob, thanks and take care of yourself. And that cough, y'all have fun this weekend. We will. D. Whitaker, thank you. I think it's entirely possible for him to be both guilty and traumatized, broken by this. That is a possibility. There is a scenario where he is completely guilty of certain things and can feel traumatized. That's possible. Here for years, the blossoming Rob and Ian Bromance is heartwarming. It is. Mama Bear, why does Runkle sound more American today? The Canadian accent isn't as pronounced because he's in Texas. That's why. Kimberly Fine, check DOD docket 222 for Ponzi scheme, probably fed up. Fed plea terms and wants to stay in county for safety. Check Department of Defense docket 222. Ponzi scheme probably. Kimberly, can you, I think this is in relation to the recent charge. You can DM me on Twitter or on Instagram. I will take a look. I'm not sure I'm getting the translation, but thank you. Fluffy and the Witch, did they go back and look at photos of the bodies at the crime scene to see if his finger imprints marks were anywhere he said he touched them? They have fingerprints from everything he said he touched. Nothing was found that wasn't expected on the fingerprint department. How does AIM admit fraud affect not guilty plea in the money case? He's guilty. Like, he's guilty. It is. He just admitted to all the fraud, all of it. So that case is a slam dunk. Susie Q, bring a liar does not make AM a murderer. I will think he did it or was involved, but is going to be found not guilty. Shelley, so can we refer to AM as book stack daddy? We cannot refer to Alex Murdaugh as any type of daddy. Nancy Rush, it's the elf in the shelf. It's the elf in the shelf builder. That's really funny pun. This looked like a hit job. May have been threatened and an ego will out. Flag disaster. He's a foul man, but I've got reasonable doubts. Big ones. That's fair. Alicia, thank you very much. Narco gives me energy. Yep. Norco gives you energy. I read that one earlier. Thank you. How much reasonable doubt? Actually feel bad for him. Too much reasonable doubt. Feel bad for him. You're allowed to feel that way. Samantha Science attempted to take a drive. Love that y'all are in Texas. Ian, 48 degrees is cold to us. It was beautiful.
It was very nice out today.
It was lovely. Spirit of the Trees, anyone notice he was nodding yes while saying no? That he was nodding the entire time. I think that's consistent with a lot of his baseline. And plus he was eager to answer the question being asked of him. That is not a body language pickup. Not in that context and not in that setting. I'll tell you that pretty clear. Yes, I know they're not turned off. I'm trying to fly through these really quickly because actually going to turn them off, when you do that, you actually have to go into the back end of the channel, turn them off for everything. They have to go to Murder Trial. Pain in the butt. It is. Deanna, thank you very much. Oh my gosh. Matthew Self, click from the start and listen, then click to live. The evolution of drunk/fast Rob is apparent. It's fast Rob. Ian has been sitting right next to me. I have finished maybe three-quarters bottle of wine.
I am pretty sure he's not drunk.
I'm dead sober.
Unless there's like several other bottles that are hidden away somewhere.
But it's tired. It's tired, and it's when you do this for long enough, you start speeding up. Love you, brother. Take a shot for the puppies who never got to be cuddled. Indeed. Thank you, Matt. That's very generous of you. Very much appreciate it. Tracy, you are helpful. Thank you very much for that. Hey, Rob, what about calling Ian a slow driver? He knows it. I'll call it to his face.
And he has while I was driving.
Yeah. You guys are hilarious together. Thanks for evening of laughter. Thank you very much for being here. I very much appreciate it. All right, make sure I'm getting some more of these questions. States, own evidence doesn't put Alex on the cell. Car data points to Maggie's phone at the same time and location. It's a fair assessment. EJ, sister tried to pass AM a copy of John Grisham's book, The Judge's List. The court felt it was contraband. Love seeing you two in the same room. Thank you. EJ, that's very interesting. I'm going to be very curious to read about that. Didn't you say no more super chats? I'm trying to not go in. Oh, fine. I'm right here. We're going to do this because you guys are driving me nuts. And I don't mean it that way. Like I said, I'm not trying to insult or disparage or make any of these remarks that are negatively. I'm trying to say is I don't like feeling like I'm taking something from you guys without giving you something back that is what you expect. Someone in withdrawal like that is going to be in bed for days. It depends. Dana Parfait, thank you very much. They've proven that he's a liar, an addict, a thief, and a scumbag. They still don't have me pulling the trigger on one gun, much less two. Too much variance in the timeline. That is a fair conclusion to reach, Dana. Mandalore-wise, I'm at the point right now where it feels like a procedural harassment. I don't think they've proven this case at all, even discounting his testimony. And this extra charge, it feels like they're just feeling frustrated at Murdaugh. It can feel that way. Grant, thank you. I think it's the drug debts. The 5'4" height makes me sense. Also explains why he feels so guilty. I think he knows more than he's saying, but didn't do it. That's possible. Viv, thank you. Do we know if he added security to the house terrains after the crime? He did not. But he also didn't stay there at all anymore. He never stayed there again after that night. I would have been scared to have been coming for me if I was coming for them. There were other securities added to the law firm, etc. That was testimony about that. Kathy, thank you. Jay Smart, thank you. Oh my God, just joined. Sorry if this has been asked, but what do you think about the distancing statements when he talks about them being killed and he says, I would never hurt them? I didn't like it, but he said it enough. And that was that one time where Creighton said, you shot them. And he says, I did not. Like he actually came straight out and said it. So I didn't like it. I would have talked to him before he took the stand and said, you can't do that. But it is what it is.
And also, I'm not sure he listens.
Yeah, I don't think he listens at all. Passion Pixie, thank you very much. Get out of here, gear. Steps I don't think are weird. Starts at the kennel. His phone is at the house, takes her from the kennel on the golf cart to the house, gets his phone, grabs hers, get in the car, frisbee toss it on the way to Alameda. That's a possible theory. Jam, thank you. How about the fact that AM can stop crying on a dime when he stopped a lot pretty quick. It was kind of odd. Raven, thank you. What about the argument that the judge with the judge by AM? We watched that. It was entertaining. Slap mouse equals favorite, but I love San Antonio. Okay. Katie did. Was hardcore guilty, did tons of research, still guilty, but AM testimony has me all not guilty, shaking my head. Interesting. Cheryl, thank you. He also never said I was just down there. I could have been killed too, or maybe I could have done something if I had stayed for just 4 minutes. That's a fair point. I was surprised he didn't say that either. SDR, come to Florida to visit Peter. I will. Jesse St. John. It's awesome you guys in the same room again. Creighton Water drives me crazy because he reminds me of the Attorney General in the show Billions. It's just yuck. Love you guys. Thank you, Jesse. Bop it. Drink fund for when Ian wins. Thank you, Bop it. Man, we're wise. Forget 3 days ago. I don't remember what I did this morning other than.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Remember what I did this morning other than general, got up, did routine, maybe worked on Project X and losing stuff all the time. Yep, I lose everything. 1 second. Yep, saw that. Thank you for the gift of memberships by. Oh my gosh, look at that. So thank you for the gift of memberships from Chuck Wilson, Chris Mullen, Just Because, Samantha Steinis, Ali Foley, Cindy T, Barney Cat. You guys are all so very generous with your time and energy and your funds. Thank you very much for that. Maggie, my name is Maggie. Granddad's called Alec. I have an Uncle Paul and John. Twins called Will. I'm hearing so many family names. That's got to feel weird. Leah, which was worse during the trial, tweet or GoFundMe? I didn't like either of them. I personally thought the GoFundMe kind of rubbed me even further the wrong way than the tweet. Vez from Quebec, the Gundys will be live on their website tomorrow. It'll be watching for sure. So good to see you together tonight.
I thought it was the 26th.
They are airing it on the 26th.
Yeah.
So they are recording it It is going to be aired on the 26th. So you'll be able to see it then. Laura Lee tells him he spotted a hog in the sunflower field. He's taking them out on the way to the house. Instead, he circles around and attacks. That's a possibility. Chris, do you think Waters dragging the cross out was a middle finger to the dick? Because I answered that one already. Grant, thank you. Hate psychoanalysis of reactions. As a neurodivergent person, I react strangely. Murdaugh lawyer, so long messed up acting like lawyer on stand. I react strangely. Murdoch lawyer, so long messed up, act up. I think I read from that. Don't try to really hyperanalyze what you're seeing during the course of these trials. Because when you try to psychoanalyze someone and what they're testifying to, it's all very fact specific and unique to each person's individual life experience. So that's just one observation. It's kind of important too. Shauna with a very generous super chat. Let me pull this up because I can't. I don't know if this is a StreamYard thing right now, but this is the second one that has just not shown up, but shows up at the top of the column, but not anywhere within the chat itself. And it's one of those that I should very easily see. Oh, there we go. Shauna, thank you very much for the generous super chat. I just joined, so I'm not sure if this has been commented on, but did you hear he got a contraband charge today for his sister giving him a book in court? Anyways, congrats on all the success. Hi, Runkle, my fellow Canadian. Well, thank you, Shauna. Shauna, we did talk about that briefly. We're curious as to whether it was the book, something inside the book, and the facts that surround all of that entire equation. No clue yet, other than initial reporting. But I imagine it's going to be talked about on Monday and speculated about from now until Monday. So we'll look forward to the reporting, and we'll gauge how accurate it is come Monday. Thank you, Shauna. Very much appreciated. That was very generous of you. T-Mac, Rob, Ian, Natalie, would you be willing to do a stream breaking down everything, all charges and court cases Alex is facing? It's 99.
Sure, we'll start
Is this
next
20,
week
yeah.
and finish sometime in October.
We'll tap in, tap out. 99 charges in the financial field. Yeah. Robin, thank you. Agree with you, Rob. CWAM set my teeth on edge today. The most disturbing aspect of this trial, a mother and son no longer hear any justice for them? Question. What happens to a defendant in South Carolina that is not affluent? Good luck, Ian. Two very important questions. We are talking, Creighton Waters is bringing in all the financial stuff. Yes, there are tons of victims, but in bringing the financial stuff, you are losing sight of two murder victims. You are making them lesser of the case. And then two, this is another example of if you are a defendant that happens to be innocent in that moment and you are accused, you now see the great weight and power of the state who are taking 4 rows of that courtroom up with their resources. You never want to find yourself on the wrong end of that charge. Theta Coker, these people live in the 60s. Trust me. Okay. Ian Kinzel, dumb layman question incoming. Is it possible with the priority in getting Murdoch's sworn confessions on the financial crimes and Murdoch charge secondary? No, they want the murder. That if they lose the murder, that would be embarrassing to them.
Oh, hugely.
Massively embarrassing. Laura Lee, Alex saw his opportunity. He loaded the guns on the golf cart. When he gets to the kennels, he stops and helps with Bubba, and then that's possible. Jane Brown, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. The problem is that is not how the criminal justice system works. You actually have to prove. You cannot just prove it by process of elimination unless you have circumstantial evidence that actually affirmatively proves the thing occurred.
I mean, I suppose if mathematically you could prove everything but that, but
that's the problem. You can't ever get to that.
You can't ever get to that without some actual evidence.
Yeah. And that's where you run. That's where you run into it.
Yeah.
People are asking, no Canadian flag suit? Nope, but Canadian flag tie. We have those. Jamie Waters repeat the same questions over and over, just wording it differently. Bet the jury was annoyed by that. I think it too. Stephanie, thank you. He literally just said that they had some evidence that kind of helped line up with my story that proves what I said. Words matter. It's possible. Leanne, I'm sorry that I'm getting to this so late. Very generous of you. I'm at a hospital. I'm a hospital pharmacist in Augusta, Georgia, just across the Savannah River from the trial. Oddly enough, I spent 5 years of my childhood in Aiken, South Carolina. My parents worked at the Savannah River site. I am super skeptical about the amount of oxy he says he was taking. Caught that too? That's an ungodly amount. Who is able to supply him with a whole CVS inventory of oxy a week? He said he was taking $50,000 worth, 63 tablets a day.
That's a lot.
That is, I can see distribution network because that's enough for a distribution pipeline. But that's a lot. It's a very good observation, Leanne. And I thank you very much for being that. I'm sorry that you waited around so long to see that. I wish I had caught that sooner. As with a lot of these chats, you guys just jumped in really quick, and it's awesome. You've been very kind. Chrissy, don't worry about missing the other ones. It's been crazy in the chat tonight. I just want to make sure Runkle sees the congratulations I sent, and I'm determined to contribute to shenanigans. Shenanigans have been contributed to, thus leading to a 4-hour and 35-minute live stream. Professor of Logic just realized they have leather workers at the festival, so that's not how Runkle would do it. 2, get kicked out even faster. That's a good one. Jen and Stitches, Waters is Don Quixote of beating a dead point. Deader than dead and not listening, thus missing the real question he should ask. Yeah. Laura Lee, Alex saw his opportunity, stayed behind at the house so he could help with the guns. This was a duplicate, but I think you wrote it differently. He drives a full circle around the hangar and the shots. That's a possibility, Laura Lee. I'm sorry that you had to send that twice. You don't have to do that. I'm just trying to get to these quickly. Normie, if you listen closely, AM sounds like Trump. Okay. Laura Lee, Maggie ×2 from the golf cart, parks the golf cart at the feed room, has shotgun ready, steps into the feed room after the first shot, then drops down when Paul comes at him and takes the headshot. Now he can assess Maggie and shots her again. Laura Lee, that is quite a scenario. I'm not sure how that would play out just in realistic terms. Plus the feed room, that was all dirt around that area. There would be tire tracks there, most certainly. Charlene, to the Nats point, maybe the video was recorded earlier than 8:45 and due to low reception didn't send out until 8:45, so murders could have happened earlier. I've had that question as well about the timing. Thank you, Laura Lee. And thank you again, Laura Lee. Susan Faria, how to become a member, Rob. It's not giving the option. I have to update that link. I'll do it in the description of this video. I will, promise. Thank you. Patrick Tomlinson, the lead investigator, lied twice on the grand jury and then tried to mislead the jury about having lied to the grand jury. Does anyone trust SLED? Nope. Nanner, go to the Gundy site. Can watch there on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Spencer, he's too above it to pull the trigger himself. That's possible. Lori Liani. Forensic evidence is actually a lie by omission. Interesting concept. Interesting. Spencer, my theory, AM paid to have this done. The money is probably 2 steps removed. He had to hear the gun shots from 3BO and then went about his fable. He's not charged with conspiracy. Hoop and Griff look pissed. They do look pissed. Trouble Hound, thank you very much. Just read that today in Texas. Someone threw a barbecue grill at another person's head. The attack made headlines. Did you miss the Truffle Hound joke?
Oh, God.
I just read that today in Texas, someone threw a barbecue grill at another person's head.
Yeah.
The attack made headlines. I feel like that's so appropriate for this time of night. Diana, thank you very much. It sounds kind of like it went to Bucky's. Like you went to Bucky's. I might have been. After that, you should visit the Bucky's too. 2 people in a row. CW lost that battle with AM. AM was running that cross. Interesting observation. Okie, Texas girl. Question, is Alex able to re-recall the state in rebuttal case? If so, what is the likelihood? Appreciate all y'all's coverage. They won't call him again. This is their opportunity to cross him. Sandra Buck, we get it. All in Texas, beer, barbecue, etc. One stop. It's fantastic. Laura Leanne, dear Texas, you can't keep our Runkle. Thanks. SGTH, welcome to Texas. Thank you. Lauren L, thank you. Prosecution's point about the kennel lie. Starting before sled, friends arrived at home. That was a good one. Prosecutor makes the point at the very end of today's today's cross-examination. Says, you said you were nervous about sled because you didn't trust him, but this was a sheriff deputy who showed up before anyone else showed up, and you still told him the same lie. It was a good question. Shows forethought and sled, distrust, etc. doesn't ring true. So that's good observation. Anna, thank you. This is why I'll never leave Texas. Beer, bait and ammo. T-Mac, Rob, the jail website says AM was charged. Pulled that one. Lisa, for the truth and justice. I absolutely love all y'all's commentary for the truth and justice of all the trials. Thank you, Lisa, for the truth and justice. San Antonio, Texas, resident here. Are you going to a bar tonight? We are in Uvalde, an hour and a half away. Jazz, I was proud of hearing my real name spoken during the trial. Gene, thank you. Wonderful. Stina G, while you're there, check out Yano Wines, Texas Winery. Their Moscato is my favorite. Interesting. Play the part where Poot argues with the judge. On close. Oh, I will try to play that tomorrow, maybe not today or another day. Honestly, we're at 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I've got only a few of these left, and I want to get through them. Neurodivergent counselor, makes you feel any better. My own ADHD has me running rampant this week, and I'm pretty sure I dropped the F-bomb in front of my supervisor's supervisor this morning. It's okay. We all have those days. It's okay. Lisa, a.k.a. Serenity Sky, I'm in Oklahoma, but I got family in Texas. You got me missing Davila's barbecue in Seguin. Oh, my God, I love the barbecue there. Yeah, it's pretty good. Katrina Turner, on behalf of other members of the chat, screaming it too. My mother was a 35-year-old prescription drug addict. 100 a day is quite doable, and then some, sadly. That's sad. Interesting. I will say you build a tolerance. That's a big tolerance, and it is possible. Daniel Morris testified 100 pills a day. He'd be dead. Go figure. That was responded to earlier. Maggie Ziller, as a side note, it's kind of strange to hear my own name and nickname in such a murder trial. Yep. Reese Marie, thoughts on Alex's distancing language? I answered that one. No, I didn't. That was different. I would have versus I did. Trauma response, doesn't remember, keeps answering vague to avoid a lie. It's a lawyer answer. I just don't think it was the way it needed to play for the jury. Heather, Rob, you need to double check your clothes when you pack. Go home again just in case Runkle steals more of your clothes. Sandra, thank you. If you get a chance, please go to Mi Tierra Cafe, 218 Produce Row. They are so good. My husband is from San Antonio. All the best of luck, Ian. We are rooting for you. Thank you, Sandra. Rebecca Owens, is it common for serious addicts to develop a tic, a.k.a. lip smacking, so it's possible for a reason, Alex? It's possible. The best bromance together again. Thank you. Troublehound, g'day, Ian. Looking sharp, mate. Indeed he is. Is that brisket? Indeed it was. And with that, we have caught up on all the super chats. It is now almost 5 hours. And we have to wake up early tomorrow. So, that said, I'm going to wrap this stream up. And the cool thing is, y'all can't do any super chats. Keep me here longer. So, thank you guys for being here. It was a great Friday fun. We had a good time. A little surprise of having Ian and I in the same room. Keep a lookout next week. And if you are around your computer on Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, you will get to see Mr. Runkle the Bailey and likely myself or some version of us on the Gunny's website for the replay of the awards. All the best of luck to our dear friend. Thank you very much for sticking around this long. I really appreciate you guys. And we will catch you on the next time. Wavy.